Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of Memeridian. Our journey will be continuing today, where we are continuing our journey through this run, which is formerly known as the 100% run with extra challenges, but now has the nickname of Memeridian. And we're on to day 3 out of 7. Had completed 2 days so far and made decent progress, so let's quickly get an overview here. So yesterday we actually did a lot in the main game because we brought ourselves up to 43.5%, so pretty good there. 18.2 in the DLC, a little sloppier, but it is how it is. We'll see if we get more progression in today. And here are the statistics page in case you're curious. Obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, you can just pause if you want to go through it in detail. But there we go. So yesterday we managed to unlock up to 7 rules now. And and we voted out 3 of them, because we always vote out half at the end of each stream, which will be replaced by something new. So that means, before we get started, that we will, spin a wheel to add 3 new rules in those empty spots. So, without further ado, let's do that thing. There's also a little bit of a change I've made to the rules after day 1 and 2, but I'll talk about that once the run gets started. But let's add the rules first. So, yeah, let's begin. So let's see what the first rule that we're adding is going to be. It's gonna be corrupted zones first, so I have to clear all the corrupted zones before anything else. That's definitely a rule that will be replaced. After that is completed, of course. Oh, I got caps lock on. Corrupted zones first. I've cleared a few of the corrupted zones already. But there we go. First rule up. I think I might have forgotten to remove the rules that are already in place, so if we land on them, we just roll again. And then all animal figures first. Getting all the collectibles out of the way. Getting all the collectibles out of the way. Fair enough. Is animal with 2 ends? No, it's just 1 end, right? I'm not going crazy. And since we have 2 things that says corrupted zones first and animals figures first, corrupted zones is number 5, animal figures is number 6, so we do number 5 first. So we do all corrupted zones first and then all animal figurines. In case you're wondering how it works when there's 2 things I have to do first. Which also means we very likely will see both of those rules get replaced with something else once I've completed them. Anyway, we still have 1 more rule to go. I can't spell. Trust me, every single Danish and English teacher I have had in my entire life have told me I am an absolute moron when it comes to spelling. When it comes to Danish and English, speaking it verbally, I've always been really good at that, always got high grades on that, but anything related to spelling or grammar, terrible grades. I never failed a class. But I've never gotten good grades in spelling or grammar. Your teachers literally told me that, not explicitly, but very much implied. Let's put it that way. They were nice about it. Anyway, let's spin again for the final rule that we're adding at the start. Probably gonna see a lot of rule replacements today. No speedrun skips, we already have that one. So we're spinning again. I forgot to remove the rules from the wheel that are already in play, my bad. So let's just spin again, more excitement. What's the wheel go? It's gonna be help all NPCs, yes. Help all NPCs in need. So every time we come across NPCs that need help, gotta help them. Okay. Fair enough. Help all NPCs in need. Alright, so we got the 7 rules up on the board. Where we left off yesterday, we still have 3 spins left to go. We already know what one of the spins is, which is a broadhead, so I have to go get a broadhead, and after that, we'll do more spins. But we actually have 4 spins now, because we just got 1,000 bits from Robin. So thank you so much, Robin. So let me add that. So we have 4 spins. So we'll do the broadhead first, and then the 3 other spins before we get going. Anyway, let's start the timer for today, and let's get going. So once again, Robin, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Clingy, thanks for the resub for 9 months, and thank you for using your Prime on me. And F1, thank you for the 8-month resub, really appreciate it. Thank you, both of you, for the continued support. Hope you're doing well. Alright, and with that, I think our intro is done. Timer is going, and I should be going too.
Got some blue. Might as well try.
So yeah, like I said, we already know what the first spin is, because that was a broadhead. We didn't finish that yesterday, because you guys allowed me to save it for tomorrow. Or more specifically, SD, who is the one that gifted the subs causing the spin, allowed me to save it for tomorrow. Because the last 3 spins we had yesterday were quite brutal. Is it a spin if the NPCs dies? No. I don't think so. It's just if they're being attacked by machines, I have to kill said machines. At least that's how it worked last year when we did Memeridian. I don't know if we need to add an extra spin for that. But oh well, so I gotta finish the spins and then I gotta go clear corrupted zones. And then get the animal figures. I think I might already have 3 of the animal figures. Or at least 2 of them.
Many are impressed that you work the frozen tonic.
Die way too easily? I would agree so. I feel like that would be really annoying. By the way, we are in correct difficulty, right? Yeah, we are on Ultra. Just making sure. Just making sure. But at least we got a lot of progress done yesterday, so hopefully we can get a good chunk of progress done today, and then, who knows, maybe the true Memeridian really begins when we get to day 4, 5, 6, and 7, because who knows, at that point we might be back at Gaia Prime, or Meridian itself.
This grapes.
By that. And we know how that usually goes. No worries, Kling. Have a good night's sleep. And thanks for stopping by. I'm not allowed to fast travel. There are 2 permanent rules in this run for those unaware. Ultra hard difficulty is the default difficulty in this run. It can be lowered, but it is rare that it gets lowered, or it doesn't happen that often. And I'm not allowed to fast travel, which makes all these spins and all these extra challenges and rules I'm getting a bit more tricky. Because if I could just fast travel around, things would go much faster. And in past Memeridians, no fast travel has simply been a rule. You know, the real extra rules that are scrolling at the bottom. No fast travel used to just be one of those, but every time no fast travel would appear, it would never, ever, ever get removed. Or, I think it might have happened once or something like that. And, so it felt like this time around it should probably just be on by default. No fast travel. Yo-Yo Olympics, sure. Sounds like you are cooking up some devious plans there, Chrono. The crowd that is just waiting for Meridian or Gaia Prime. I haven't been to Memeridian yet in the run. I did try to enter Memeridian towards the end of the stream yesterday, but yeah, that failed. But who knows, maybe we'll get in there today, we'll see. we got a long day ahead of us, so who knows where we'll end up by the end of this. Let me just remind myself, what are the rules we currently have on the board? No restart from save, no speedrun skips, no mounts, loot every kill, corrupted zones first, animal figures first, and help all NPCs in need. So those are all the current rules. By the way, I said I had made a change to the rules, which is true. Because I had a realization yesterday. And that is, I feel like the rules that says get all data points, get all pouch upgrades, do all tutorial quests, get the Gracer dummies, you know, things that don't count towards 100%. But still is some form of progression. It feels unnecessary to have those as rules because I'm gonna end up doing them anyway, let's be honest. So I'm just gonna say I have to do those before the run is complete, on top of getting 100%. So they will no longer be in the rule pool set, meaning they will not take up space on in the rules at the bottom of the screen. Meaning there's more of a chance to get the other rules in play. Because it just makes more sense, you know, to, you know, make that change now, so. So that means, on top of getting 100% in both main game and DLC, also have to get all data points, all the Gracer dummies, and what was the other things? Upgrade all pouch upgrades and do all the tutorial quests. Because all 4 of those things technically don't count towards 100% on the in-game 100% ticker, but they are required now. They are required now. Anyway, almost at the broadhead, so we can get the first spin off the board. Gotta remember to loot here as well. There we go. That button. Gotta remember what button to press to remove the wheel spins. Also, I can sell the merchants again, so can't wait to get to a merchant. Anyway, back to the other wheel, because we now have 3 spins to do. We have the one from SD yesterday. I also broke a rule yesterday, which I think was the 2nd spin. And then Robin obviously gifted 1,000 bits here at the start of stream, making it 3 spins. We only have 6 things left on the wheel when we left off yesterday, which is Visit Rust, Visit Gildan, Fast Troll, Rockbreaker, 1 hour of normal, and Glynthawk. So a couple of good things on the wheel, definitely also some bad things. So let's see what it's gonna be. And which order they appear in is gonna make a big difference. Oh, we got the Fast Travel first, nice. So that means I'm allowed to Fast Travel once. I'm allowed to Fast Travel once. But given what's left on the wheel, it's not that big of a deal. It's just gonna save me a little bit of time, I suppose. Maybe like 20-ish minutes. But let's see what the other 2 spins are. It's gonna be a Rockbreaker. Okay. And final one, what is after the Rockbreaker? Normal? 1 hour normal. So after I kill the Rockbreaker, I will have normal difficulty for 1 hour. So I guess we're getting rid of that right at the start of stream. Fair enough. Is it worth already using my Fast Travel now, or I should probably save it for when visiting Rust? Yeah. So the rule with the Fast Travel, I don't have to use it right away, or at least that's the agreed upon rule for the Fast Travel is I just need to use it before I get Fast Travel again. But I could Fast Travel if I wanted to the Rockbreaker. Do I want to do it now, or would I rather do it when we land and visit Rust? I feel like I would rather save it for Rust. Right now, I think. It is pretty far though. But it's gonna be I'm trying to think here. What is actually the smart approach here? Because once I kill the Rockbreaker, it's just going to be 1 hour on normal, and then I have to clear all the corrupted zones. And we have 2 corrupted zones over here, so maybe I should use it now, just to get it out of the way. And also, there's a risk I could... There's a risk I could get a fast travel right away when the wheel resets and I lose a fast travel. Decisions. I feel like I should just use it now. Just to get normal difficulty early. Yeah. You know what? I'm doing it. Fast travel is gone. I've used the fast travel right away to get to the Rockbreaker. I'm taking the risk. Because I feel like wherever going to this Rockbreaker is going to be longer than both Gildan and Rust's journey anyway. Most likely. So, yeah. One of the arms knocked off one of them, so now I know which one is which. It's not... We agreed yesterday that it doesn't change to normal difficulty until I've completed the spin prior. So I have to kill the Rockbreaker before it becomes normal, and that's when time starts. We agreed upon that yesterday. Just so I can land on like a tough machine first, you know, and then it changes to story or something like that. Type deal. Technically bandits are need. So I would say we would have to help them as well. Mainly also because it's gonna be a little tricky to decipher who's a bandit and who's a good guy sometimes. And also I'm sure So Big would have wanted Aloy to save everyone. There we go, machine is that. So now we're on normal difficulty, which means we can remove the last 2 spins. Still have to loot the Rockbreaker here. Oh, we finally got a damage coil there. If I had room for it. Also getting that freeze coil would be nice. So let me quickly make some room. Cool. Got some good coils. By the way, normal difficulty, I have to be back before 1733. Gotta remember the time. 1733. It's not a good damage coil, but it's better than anything I had. Alright. I got some better freeze here as well. Lovely. Alright. Time to clear corrupted zones. Maybe you help the machines in that case. True. That could be argued. Just a reminder to myself, just because it's normal doesn't mean machines doesn't hurt. Still gotta be careful and a little clever with fighting them, or dealing with them. We don't go by seconds, it's easier to remember the minutes. So we'll do 1733. I have to be... When it says 1733, no matter what the seconds are, I have to be on ultra. And if I take any damage or damage anything, without changing difficulty after that, that's a spin. I'm not sure how many corrupted zones I actually have left. I don't think it's that many, to be honest. The good thing is I already cleared the rock break on him. This one up here can be a little tricky at times too. So. Down. Oh shit. Dang it. I completely mistimed that dodge. Bad start to the stream. God damn it. Dying on normal. How embarrassing. I also should have run to the other side. I don't know why I got myself cornered like that. That was stupid. That was really dumb, actually. Come to think of it, it will be more clever if I do the corrupted zone up here first. And then do that, get across here, get that, there. Have I gotten every corrupted zone over here? I guess so, I think so. Yeah, I guess so. I actually don't have that many left. Let me just check. Corrupted zones. I've cleared 6, so yeah, there's only 5 left, okay. Yes, it's actually better to go for the Maker's End one first. But regardless of that, even though I realized it's smarter to go for this one first, it's still wasting a lot of normal difficulty time. Which also getting all these collectibles afterwards is also gonna waste a bunch of normal difficulty time. So once again, I don't really feel like I'm getting much out of my difficulty. What's up, Barry? And everybody else tuning in. Hope you all are doing great. Wait, that's an NPC. It is Shadow Cargo, but they are NPCs. I mean, I noticed the machines fighting, but I didn't think of NPCs. And now that I've helped them, I guess we'll kill them. But that also means I have to loot all these guys. Because we still have the rule of loot every kill. Even though my inventory is still full. But I can get to Merchant up here by Makers.
I'd have to ditch something.
And get to a Merchant up here by Makers. Rules that work together. And kill all alerted with that. Oh, stop it, you. Don't you suggest things. Don't you suggest things now. And definitely sell some of this stuff here as well. Jesus, I have a lot. There we go. Let's quickly clean up the inventory while we can. All right.
Not much gets past them.
Alrighty, to the corrupted zone. Bugger anymore. I also didn't even place it remotely correctly there. Always feels so weird to see health bars again. After having played on Ultra. It's not gonna work. Can't remember, it's normal difficulty. I probably don't need freeze a shot. As long as I keep dodging, we should be fine. Yoink.
Should give me the upper hand.
There we go. Alright, one more corrupted zone down. Now let's backtrack back to the one we failed at earlier. And then we got 2 in the jungle, right? So it's missing 5 corrupted zones, so it's... or 4 more. Which is this one, which is 1, 2, 3. Where's the last one that I haven't done? Is there one I've forgotten? Or is there only 10 corrupted zones? Isn't there 11 corrupted zones? Am I going crazy? Is there some silly one I'm not thinking about? Yeah, I've done the 2 Rockbreaker one. Have not done that one. I guess we'll figure it out. I'll think about it. There's 11. What did the notebook say? Oh, I've completed set. Okay, so we are missing 4. Okay, right. So yeah, I was misremembering the number in the... I was misremembering the number that was in the notebook. I thought it said 5 and then I'd just gotten 6, but no. I'm at 7, so there's only those 4.
Well, it's going away.
Haven't forgotten one. Haven't forgotten one. Yeah, I just thought it said 5 and then I did 1. So yeah. I just misread it. Sup, Alice? Hope you're doing well. So just a little mistake there.
You're alert.
Oh wait, why is the resubs / crown crime at 28? It was supposed to be at 29. There we go. We had 2 resubs at the beginning of the stream. Because yeah, we're only 1 prime or resub away from Bespin. I just noticed it only said 28, so I forgot to double click it. It's supposed to be at 29. Maybe I accidentally hit the button to lower it by 1, which is also a possibility. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if I made such a mistake. Alright, take 2 on this crowded zone up here.
Picking up another signal.
Take 2. Really? Here again. Just the other behemoth to go. And he's running away from some reason. Got another freeze skull there. Might be better than what we currently have. Oh yeah, freeze and damage. Nice. Well, to loot that broadhead over there. turn down.
Handy.
Another freeze coil. And not better this time. Should definitely get the champion bow eventually. Alrighty. Is there any skills I probably should have learned by now? Probably get this quite low profile. I don't really need any of the other skills right now. Yeah, Call Mount Plus is the one I normally get, but given the fact that you have kept the mount away from me this entire time, I kinda don't need it. Anyway, next Corrupted Zone. Gonna have to go for a little bit of a swim to get to this one. I generally don't like playing with the Hunter reflexes, as that skill is called, because sure, it's nice that it slows down while jumping, but you can just press R3 to get the same effect while jumping, but it also slows down when you're on mount and stuff like that, which I'm just not a fan of. Yeah, you can do both at the same time, but again, it makes it more annoying to play with, if you ask me. And most speedrunners also agree with it. It's actually to the point where I kind of dislike that there's no way to turn it off in Forbidden West, because it's on by default in that game. It does make things a lot easier, but when you're speedrunning a game, it also makes it slower. So slowing down the game obviously slows down your speedrun. There's also just so many snap moss in this game, where I feel like in Forbidden West you never ever really see snap moss.
God, I found this.
Obviously they're there, but there's so much less common in Forbidden West compared to how abundant they are in this game. Oh, looks like we got more NPCs in danger. It might be bandits looking at them around the hill pass.
Being able to override you.
to go over the hill. Don't know why I didn't expect that, but hey ho, here we are. Fighting saltos there can be quite annoying. Whoa. Get over there. Camera, please. Goodness. Goodness me. Well, this helping NPCs things is going to be a bit more challenging once we get back on Ultra Hunt. Especially with certain encounters that can happen. Let's get our way down here so we can get to that corrupted zone.
Easier when I was a kid.
Already got this Banuk figure. Because we had the rule of getting all the Banuk figures first yesterday. Oh, fell a bit further down than I wanted to. Why is that dead behemoth there? In the middle of nowhere? Not sure why. Which rule? Are we talking about Crow?
I'll shake it out later.
Which rule are we referring to here? The Banuk figures? Oh yeah, it came back. I guess the first rule to come back. It is possible for a rule to come back, as I'm sure you are aware. Thought I could get a stab. I guess they're only set on fire, so not gonna be stabbable. Did that Glendhawk continue to shoot after he was dead? Huh. Interesting.
You're not gonna be the one to stop me.
God, I love shooting those butts of the scrubbers. Almost as much as I like saying the word but. What is he? Is he flying backwards? What kind of shenanigans is that?
Got you!
Come on. Please fall all the way down. I was about to say, I shouldn't have killed him up there, because he's gonna... Oh, thank God his corpse is falling down. I was about to say, why am I killing him up there? I'm not gonna be able to loot him. Actually, I think there might be a way to get up there, but... That almost ended pretty poorly. I didn't think about that. Alright, one corrupted zone left to go. Gotta remember, I also gotta make sure machines die in spots I can get to them in. Because otherwise that's a spin. Because that would break the rule of looting every enemy that I kill. Or anything that I kill. It means once I'm done with all the corrupted zones, I have to get all the animal figurines before I can do anything else. Rules working together, like you said. You do seem to like a good combo. By the way, happy 17-hour mark, everyone. 17 hours into the run.
My family might still be alive, and you're going to stand here and do nothing?
We've lost a dozen patrols beyond the valley. Our orders are clear. Check out these
So once I've cleared this last corrupted zone, we have to replace that rule with something else, and then I have to head to the Frozen Wilds and get all the animal figurines. Before I can do whatever I want again. So those are what the do X thing first means. And corrupted zones are listed first, so that's why I'm doing them before the animal figurines. Pretty sure I've gotten two. I got the one just to the west of Suling's Edge and the one next to Gildan in the dam. So I've gotten two of them, but I'm still missing 4. Actually, wait, I think I also have the one in the hangar up north. I'm probably only missing the last 3. So yeah, only missing the last 3, as far as I remember. We'll check when we get to it. Theoretically, it's also possible that when I complete the corrupted zones, we could land on something else that I need to do first. And obviously I would have to do that first, because that would be listed as rule number 5, ahead of animal figurines. If you know what I mean. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I picked it up before I started the Stalker fight where I died. Because I looted everything before that fight started. the canisters. Also like the sound of the shot canisters blowing up. Well, that was satisfying. Alright, let me get all the loot, because that's all the corrupted zones, and then we'll replace this rule. We'll see what we get. Do have to loot all these machines first. So more progression done, just not in an optimal order of doing it, I suppose. But when it comes to Memeridian, I guess progress is progress. Anyway, let's find the rule reel here and let's spin up the bad boy and see what rule we have now in replace of the corrupted zones. Tick, 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 tick. Loot roadkill, yay! Pointless rule, because you guys don't give me the mount. So there won't be roadkill. But I'm pretty sure you guys, I know what rule you're gonna replace when we land on that. Because on the other wheel, we still have a rule replacement left on that one. So in the next 3 spins, a rule will be replaced. Let's just double check we actually did all the corrupted zones. Wait, it only says 10. What? Hang on a minute. Why does it only say 10? What? 10. Which one have I forgotten? Let's see, we have gotten this one down here. We have gotten this one, this one, this one, this one. We've gotten all 5 in the Nora territory. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The Stalkers! I forgot about the Stalkers down here. It's the Stalkers. Well, I guess that's a wheel spin for breaking a rule, and that also means loot all roadkill is not actually the rule, so we're gonna have to spin again after the corrupted zones. So this backfired a bit. Dang it. So, corrupted zones first, it's back on the board. Completely forgot about those stupid stalkers. But wait, I have a spin first. Have a spin first. Before I go for the stalkers, actually. Wait, rule replacement is not left on the wheel. Oh wait, we did that yesterday. But the 3 things that are left on the wheel is not exactly close to that stalker corrupted zone. Dang it. And I used my fast roll. Well, next time I always double check. Oh, come on. Guess we're visiting Rust. Well, there goes my normal difficulty. I only have myself to blame. I swear I didn't do this intendedly for the comedy. This is seriously an actual massive comedic turn of events. Because the entire stream, when we got the corrupted zones, I never even talked about them. I knew I was missing one, but I just never... I always forget that there's a corrupted zone down there. Stupid stalkers, man. Should have saved the fast travel. I guess this is... It's probably the same amount of length as walking to the rock breakers were, so it's probably didn't matter when I used it, to be honest. In a straight line it wouldn't be that far, but can't walk in a straight line. I've already reset his grave, yes, but now I have to do it again. Once the wheel is empty, we reset the reel. And you can have to go back to the grave once again. Ugh. Well, that certainly delayed things a bit. God damn it. I knew there was something I was forgetting, I just couldn't think of what it was. I knew it didn't seem right that I only had those 4 corrupted zones left. I knew there was some other one. I knew it. I'm probably not gonna... I'm not even gonna be back to this corrupted zone by the time it's gonna be ultra hard again. It's not a big deal for stalkers. It's a little bit of a deal for stalkers, because stalkers are annoying, but... Dang it. Well, I only have myself to blame, I guess. That's the bad start to day 3, that's for sure. I felt like I did a pretty good job yesterday of playing really smart. Well, certainly not living up to that today, that's for sure. Oh well, still a lot of day 2 left, I suppose, so. Let's keep our head high and just be smarter for the rest of the run here.
The world beyond the sacred land.
If I said not dead free, you know what I mean.
Everything he knows.
We're on day 3.
Who the killers were.
This is
how
day
they
3.
saw me
I
do
can
this
count.
service, Who the woman is. One who looks like me.
The insanity of Memeridian has not fully set in yet.
Owen's trail leads to Meridian. When I catch him, he will talk.
If only I could restart from save, I could, since it's normal difficulty, I could have abused that right now, but no. Oh well, the only thing I can remain somewhat confident about is the fact that I did make a lot of progress yesterday.
I'll find a use for you.
So I guess there's some comfort in that. And filling up a bit on medicine is nice, I guess. I still haven't gotten a stealth weave, have I? I actually have, but not purple, so not gonna bother. Not gonna bother. Wait. That's someone in need. I'm stupid. What am I doing? Not thinking clearly, that's for sure.
I don't want to go down like this.
So many watchers, Jesus.
Mine now.
Alright, NPCs have been saved. I did not think about those guys at all, I was just running past them. Where's the other watcher? So I didn't loot. Oh yeah, over here. Leave those NPCs unsaved. Might actually be the first NPCs that have survived. Shoutouts to that. It wasn't because of Viola and chat, I noticed. I just heard the guy saying, I need some help, and then I was like, wait, I have to. I'm still forgetting that that's a rule, you know? It still hasn't clicked yet, for some reason. Hopefully it will eventually. Surely at some point it's gonna click. But if one of those NPCs became the second tier Pharaoh, well, unfortunately. Yeah, I was just completely thinking about something else.
Ugh. Gonna have to run my boots.
I was kind of lost in my own thoughts there. The problem is with running across the map like this, you're just kind of on autopilot. Just kind of on autopilot. Not really giving it much thought.
Uh-oh, spotted.
At least I'm pretty sure there's no NPC events that can happen on the rest of the way here. Kinda know where most of them are, or where they appear. Pretty sure there's none in this area of the map, in the deep north territory.
I can get out of this.
At least to my knowledge. Yeah. They're referred to as random events, but, well, they appear random in a casual playthrough, but when you have played the game enough, you start to realize it's actually not that random. Similar to, I don't know if you guys played GTA 5. I mean, given how much it's sold, I assume all of you have. But that game also have random events that are fairly predictable once you know kind of how they work. Which is pretty good in 100% speedruns of GTA 5, because you actually have to do them. Or you have to do a certain amount of them in 100% for GTA. Or GTA 5. 100% is a little weird in GTA 5, because you almost only have to do like half of what is actually possible to do in that run. That's because of how GTA 5 ends, where you can, where two of the protagonists can die, so, and they don't want 100% to be missable, I guess. It's not guaranteed, Viola, but it does happen quite often, yeah. You never played a GTA game? Well, you might be part of a very small minority.
Save these for the trail.
Original GTA is so funny. It is. I mean, GTA 6 is definitely my most anticipated game right now. GTA 6 and Judas. Obviously, there's also Astrobot and Lego Horizon, but in terms of anticipation, I would say GTA 6 and Judas is probably the highest two of what I'm most excited to play. Well, you guys are missing out. GTA is good. You should play it. The most anticipated game right now is Black Myth Wukong. Isn't that coming out soon? Wasn't that here in August? Oh, next week. Nice. Yeah, they had quite a lot of games in the GTA series. Should we play Cat Crest like greedy? Didn't I think Cat Crest 3 just came out, right? On the 20th, right after Flame Fatale. That is perfect timing. Goddamn. Nice. Black Myth Wukong is another Souls-like game, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yes and no. Okay. I mean, I also feel like the term Souls-like started to lose its meaning because it's used a little too flippantly lately, I think it's fair to say. Used a little too flippantly. Alright. Finally made it to Rasta's grave. And we can turn around, walk all the way back to the Corrupted Zone. And hopefully no more mistakes from there on out.
Hi, Rost. Not much has happened since my last visit. I need to track down Olin, an outsider. He was at the festival the night before the proving. Somehow...
I think Cat Quest 3 just came out recently. Because I saw PlayStation promoting it on their Twitter.
He could have warned me.
They usually promote
When I find him,
games coming out the week of.
well, he's gonna tell me everything he knows. And he's gonna pay. Well, I guess I should be going.
But on the list of games that I want to play on my backlog, I don't think there's room for Cat Quest. I'm sorry to say. Got quite a lot of other things I want to get around to. Alright, done with that spin. Let's get to that corrupted zone now. Have we hit 33 minutes yet? Not quite yet. So still got some normal difficulty time left, but by the time we get back to this corrupted zone, it's definitely gonna be ultra hard again. Those doggers. Oh, well.
Look out below!
Just fast travel there? Yeah, sure. You're meowsing out, lol. I mean, I'm also not a cat person. I'm very much a team dog person. Why don't we ever get dog games? I mean, I'm sure they exist, but I feel like in terms of high quality indie games, I feel like cat people are eating a lot better than dog people at the moment. I think that's fair to say. Hey, yeah, they never fixed that. Guess it wasn't a high priority to fix it. Cats rule, dogs rule. No. So where are you going now? I am going back to the last corrupted zone that I'm missing, which is all the way down here in the jungle.
Fascinating.
That's a spin.
They weren't looking for me.
The fight is still going on. Right? God damn it, I was on autopilot. Yeah, fuck it, I'll take a spin. I take a spin simply for the fact that there's no way I'm going back to Ross, so 99% sure this spin... Actually, let's hope it... Now that I think about it, let's hope it lands on Glinthawk and not Gildan, because I just forgot there's only 2 things left on this wheel. Uh-oh. Please not Gildan, please not Gildan, please not Gildan, please not Gildan. Ah, it's Gildan. Well. Shit. God damn it. Oh, I gotta stop being on autopilot, dude. For fuck's sake. At least Gildan is in Song's Edge. So it's not that far into the Frozen Wilds. What's wrong with Gildan? Gildan is far away from the corrupted zone. And I have to get that corrupted zone next. So, it's a... Yeah. My journey just got quite a bit longer. Ah, my god. Really? At least we get a wheel reset soon, which could both be good and could be bad. And boy, that's another spin, because that is 30 resubs. Oh wait, I hit the wrong button there. There. Now boy, with a 37-month resub, thank you so much for the continued support. Really hope you're doing well. And that's another spin when we're done with Gildan, which we already know is going to be a Glinthawk. Because that's the last thing back on the wheel, which means we're gonna reset the wheel. So, yay, I guess. But thank you so much, man. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the continued support. So the reel is back to being full again. And as suggested yesterday, there's two things I realized that were not on the wheel that probably should be on the wheel. That we're adding from yesterday, which is visit the Spire and visit Montana Recreations. So those two things will be added to that wheel when it's reset.
They know where I am.
I mean, I just have to get to the Frozen Wilds, then talk to Gildan, and then I can head back out of the Frozen Wilds and get a Glinthawk. Since I know, since I landed on Gildan now, the next spin is automatically Glinthawk, because that was the last thing on the wheel. That's kind of how it works out. It's kind of how it works out. By the way, since we talked about Black Myth Wukong coming out soon, is anyone gonna play the Star Wars Outlaws games that's coming out soon? Because that is also coming out in, I think, 2 weeks from now, at the end of August. I will admit, wasn't too interested in it when they first announced it, but when they showed gameplay at the Ubisoft event around the not called E3 period anymore, that let's still call it E3 period, it actually looked kind of interesting. I'm probably not gonna play it because Astrobot is coming out soon and I would rather play that. But I will admit, it did actually look kind of cool. Could be a game I would eventually play. If it gets really good reviews and people tell me it's not 100 hours long like some Ubisoft games is, I could see myself picking it up once it's like really cheap. And it is a Ubisoft game, so it's probably gonna be half price by Christmas. Because that's usually how Ubisoft games go. Like, they go on sale in no time, normally. Yeah, Lego Star Wars is on PS Plus right now. Might be worth checking that out to remind myself of what it feels like to play a Lego game before Forbidden West, or not Forbidden West, Lego Horizon comes out. Yeah, it does look different from other Lego games, that's true. But then again, the Star Wars Skywalker saga that's on PlayStation Plus also looks different from previous Lego games. All Lego games used to look the same back in the day, but they've kind of changed them up with the Star Wars game that came out, that is now on PS Plus, and then the Horizon one that is coming out soon. Yeah, of all the Lego games I've played, none of them are really bad. You know. I also would say I don't think any of them were really necessarily anything amazing, but just, you know, good, silly fun. From the ones I've played in the past, and if you're into the IP the game is based on, you're most likely gonna have a good time. My personal favorite of the ones I played was Lego Lord of the Rings, which was fun to play through. Also, the Hobbit one is pretty good too. Would recommend. I also really enjoyed the Lego Movie game. Based on the first Lego Movie. I never watched the second Lego Movie or played the second Lego game. But I haven't heard anything bad about them, so I assume they are just as good.
So much for being careful.
Fun fact, I actually played the Lego Movie game before I watched the movie, and most of the cutscenes in the game are basically just the movie. So you could, if you haven't watched the Lego Movie, you could pretty much just play the game and you basically get the entire movie from that. Except like a few scenes here or there. The only thing I do have to point out though is if you happen to be a streamer, don't play it on stream. Because the Lego Movie game, since all the cutscenes are basically the movie, your stream is gonna get yeeted and deleted if you try to upload it. I think that applies to on YouTube as well. So keep that in mind. Because there was a bit of a drama when that game came out back in the day. And I'm sure it's still the case. Because I guess that's the problem when cutscenes are basically ripped straight from a movie. The copyright holders are gonna come down on you like a ton of bricks.
Can't override that machine.
I think Lego DC Villains was also on PS Plus at one point, so you probably have it if you are a PS Plus subscriber. Take that ready down. I'm not killing a Glinthawk yet. I gotta go to Gildan first. Gotta go to Gildan first. I have to do the things in order of the wheel lands on, so... Gildan first, then Glinthawk. But we have to go back again for the Corrupted Zone anyway, so... what's it called? So getting the Glinthawk on the way back down doesn't really change anything. Most of the Lego games are available on PS Plus right now. Oh yeah, if you have the extra, whatever the middle tier is called of PS Plus. But I was referring to the default PS Plus thing. I always forget what the names are. The tier 1 thing. Where you get like 3 games a month. That thing. The cheap one, exactly. To be fair, I don't think the price points are that different from the tiers. I think the names, if I remember correctly, I think it's basic, extra, and premium, right? And extra is probably the one you should have if you're interested in going through a lot of older games you might have on your backlog. Yeah, I really also need to start working my way through my backlog. I initially thought that maybe I shouldn't stream some of it, but maybe I should stream some of my backlog playthroughs. Just to get them done. I don't think I'm gonna do another backlog game until I'm on the other side of Astrobot. Alright, almost at Gildan. That's a good horn again. I mean, we've already been to the Frozen Wilds, so no logo. But for whatever reason, we didn't get a logo on day 1 either. Which I'm not sure why still. My assumption is I hit the trigger for the logo during the Scorcher fight I did. But because I never walked into the cave, it didn't appear, and then it didn't play the second time because it thought it had played. Is my theory as to why it didn't appear.
Shall we all die beneath the claws of these?
Alright, there he is.
Ah, here she is. There's my other set of hands. How's your metal cooling, hmm?
My, metal is cooling pretty well, Gildan. And yours?
Oh, you know, nothing comes out of the forge perfect. Come, sit. I've got an old Delvin story that'll turn that red hair white.
Hold that thought, Gildan. Another time, okay?
Anytime you like.
I don't see what's wrong with the
Alright. Good old Gildan.
Really overcomplicates things.
Now, we still have one more wheel spin. Let's just make sure it lands on Glinthawk for the meme.
We could all use them.
Oh my god, it's a Glinthawk. Can you believe it? It landed on Glinthawk. Alright, so next wheel spin, it will be reset, because we have cleared the wheel. Anyway, let's find a Glinthawk and head back down towards the corrupted zone we were going for. But I wanted to hear Gildan's story. Sadly, it's not possible. He doesn't actually ever say the story, even if you keep talking to him. What's up, Greedy?
Welcome to the cut, stranger.
You can go to the Frozen Wilds at any point you like, Crane. As soon as you leave the Embrace, you have access to the Frozen Wilds, if you want to. That's what we do in 100% Frozen Wilds run and any percent Frozen Wilds speedruns. We get out of the Embrace and head straight there. You might even be able... I forgot. Can you do the leave Embrace early skip and get there? I think so. Not sure if anything is soft locked up there, though. Other than you not having a mount. Alright, so let's get the Glinthawk and then let's head towards that final corrupted zone. Luckily I didn't kill anything or take any damage from machines, but we're back on Ultra Hard. I totally didn't forget it. You guys saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nothing to see here, folks. Fine. That's another spin. After I kill the Glinthawk. Ugh. The amount of mistakes I have made already today is through the roof. I played so well, so disciplined all day yesterday, but today I'm just drowning in mistakes. Like, good lord, what am I doing? But your wheel is empty, that means we reset the reel, so we can land on literally anything. I don't see a Glinthawk here. Let's just get a Glinthawk on the other side of the mountain here, actually. So yeah, I need to stop making mistakes if I want to have any chance of... If I want to have any chance of... making any progress today. So it could be Gildan out the gate. It could. It definitely could. Could also be Visit Rust again.
Easy, easy.
For the meme, I suppose. But it could also be a Stalker, which would be very convenient. In my current predicament. Or anything that would take me closer to the Stalker. Here we go. And the Glinthawk.
That'll help.
Glinthawk down. Alright, let me reset the wheel. Let us reset the wheel. Alright. Got my list here. Gotta copy it into the wheel, hit the shuffle button, and bring up the wheel for you guys. So let's see what we land on. First thing on the new wheel is gonna be... okay, back-to-back Glinthawk, okay. Lol. Well, theoretically, I guess back-to-backs were possible, and I guess we actually managed to do that. I don't know what the odds of doing that is, but here we are. I have no idea what the odds of that was, but probably not very high. Anyway, done with the spins. Moving on. I consider that no consequences for my actions of breaking the rule. No consequences for my actions. Lovely. Yeah, there was a rule break, which is why there was another spin. So we actually managed to get a back-to-back on the wheel. It might be the last time that that happens in a run. Or in this run, because, again, I'm pretty sure the odds of that is astronomical. Actually, I don't know. How many options are there on the wheel? I think it's close to 30 or something like that. I guess is that just a 1 in 30 chance then? I don't know. Surely it's higher than that, right? Because you have to make sure it's both the last and the first thing you hit. So I guess statistically that would mean 30 times 30, right? I don't know. I don't know how to do statistical math. Yeah, multiple just no. It actually used to be in previous Memeridian runs that that the things we landed on the wheel wouldn't disappear. So you could get back-to-back things. But we changed that during last Memeridian because I think we had 10 spins. We got 10 spins where 7 of them were scrappers, and that felt a little lame. The odds of that happening were probably insane, but because it happened, we changed the wheel so things disappeared. So it wouldn't happen again. Granted, like I said, because wheel does reset, as we just saw, back-to-backs are possible. But the odds of that happening now is very, very slim. Oh yeah, 10 hours story in a row. But getting story back to back, like I said, if I were to get story or normal back to back, it just overrides each other. So say I've spent 30 minutes of my story time, if I had that, and I didn't land on normal, then I only have 1 hour on normal from the moment I land on it. And I would lose half an hour of story. So it's not good for me to get them close together. If that were to happen. Hasn't happened yet, but could. That is probably likely to happen at some point. The first wheel is redundant because it had a 100% chance of landing on Glenhawk. Yeah, but what are the odds of Glenhawk being the last thing that was remaining on that wheel? And then being the first thing to land on again? So I feel like you have to count the odds of both, right? In terms of getting a back-to-back. At least that's how I would assume. Yo, an anonymous gifter gifted us up to Donalan. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the kindness and generosity, and Donalan, enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Hope your hacking is going well these days. Actually, is Anonymous hacking group still a thing? I feel like you haven't heard about those guys in forever. I'm sure they're probably still around. I remember they were all over the news, like, when was it, like 10 years ago or something like that? I feel like we haven't heard about those guys in forever. Unless I've been missing the stories.
Hurts now.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum.
Well, here I am.
Gotta pay attention up here, we don't get that random event. Like last time. Where I almost missed it.
Just stay out of the way for now.
Wait, is the sub count not uploading? That usually takes 30 seconds to earn, 30 seconds to a minute. That might be a little slow. But let me know when it updates though. Or if it doesn't update in like a minute or two, then I'll take a look at it. Let me just see something here. But sometimes the API for it is a bit slow. But usually it's at least 30 seconds before it updates. Aloy just running miles like it's nothing. Yeah. She is just an ultra marathon runner. Was it at 75 before? I didn't see what it was at before. Actually, it would be at 75 before, because otherwise there would have been a spin. So just waiting for it to say 76, I guess. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, let me just look. Yeah, it's the first gifted sub today. It did count the bits earlier from Robin, because we started at 14k, didn't we? Can somebody check what was the bit counter at the start of stream? Because we did get 1,000 bits from Robin, which should have counted automatically. Did it update there? Otherwise, I'll try to fix it in a sec. It does seem like it's broken. So it was 1400, so that one did update. Why is it not updating subs? Could it be because it's anonymous, or does anonymous impact it? Let me just try to update it here. The program that does the counting. Just open it again. Could also be that Twitch's API is broken, which is kind of bad if that happens during this Memeridian run. I just updated it, so let's see if it fixes itself.
Going down fast.
Otherwise, I might have to do a different solution, which I kind of don't want to do, but could be necessary. Oh well, for now we know it's at 76. Could just be that something is happening with Twitch that makes it really slow. Because I know sometimes the API is stupidly slow. Stupid slow. Just a little annoying it happens to happen doing Memeridian, but oh well. Or it could be because the sub was anonymous. Maybe it doesn't count anonymous for some reason. There could be some protection around that, I don't know. I don't see why it wouldn't count an anonymous gifted sub. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's what makes the difference. Because I've certainly seen weirder things than Twitch. Yo, Ari, thank you so much for gifting us up to Katarina. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Oh, it updated there. Now it says 46. Is it gonna say 77? Eventually? Because it updated immediately on Ari there. Or maybe if it's anonymous, it needs another sub before it realizes it? I don't know. Now I'm just guessing. I don't know how the code works. And Greedy with a gifted sub to Everyday Aussie. Thank you so much for the kindness and generosity. Really appreciate it. And another anonymous gifter gifted a sub to Dollface. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. It didn't update right away in Greedy there. We'll see what the number ends up at, but we should be at 79 right now, right? Yeah, because we've gotten 4. And we were at 75. We'll see what it ends up at in a second. But thank you so much for the sub, guys. At least we know we're one gifted sub away from another spin. We know that for sure. At the very least. But now it says 77. We'll see if it counts the anonymous. Because if it doesn't count the anonymous ones, that's a bit of a problem. How are we gonna deal with that if it's, for whatever reason, the API doesn't count anonymous subs? But yeah, it kind of looked like anonymous subs doesn't count, which kind of sucks. I guess anonymous subs I would just have to count as resubs and primes then? Like the one I changed manually? Which is, I know it's not optimal, but I guess that has to be the solution for now. Yeah, it doesn't count anonymous for some reason. That sucks. I appreciate the subs whoever gifted them anonymously, and obviously, if you want to gift anonymously, that's up to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Pump the brakes. 0 with 10 gifted subs. Well, that is definitely 2 spins. Oh, wrong button. There's one. Thank you so much. 0 for 10 gifted subs. So I guess people can still gift subs anonymously if they want to, but I guess I'll have to count them under resubs and primes because I update that one manually, which I know is not optimal for the total. Totals. So that kind of sucks. But I don't know what else to do. That wouldn't make it really confusing to keep track of. Let me just get away here so I don't get murdered. Now it's free spins? No, because it's only at 88 subs. I know I said 1 before, because I guess I have to count Anonymous under Re and Prime, so it's still only at 88. But because of that, I'm willing to give you a spin for it, because, yeah, that's a bit of a problem. I'll give a spin for it, because I did say it was one away from a spin. So you get a free spin. And that means another spin is 2 subs away. But going forward, I unfortunately have to count Anonymous gifted subs under resubscribes and primes, because that's one I can manually update. Because I obviously still want people to be able to gift subs anonymously, because some people doesn't want to know who is gifting the subs, and I totally respect that. But unfortunately for this particular event, I have to count them the other way around. So hopefully that's okay. And again, you don't have to say who you are, the person gifting the anonymous, if you don't want to, because you are anonymous. I'm just pointing out, going forward, we'll do it like that. So yeah, we'll point that out. So going forward, we'll do it like that. Anyway, we got free spins now, which means I'm not getting to the stalkers, most likely. At least not anytime soon. But let's see what we got here. So let's do the first spin. It's gonna be Rockbreaker. Yes, Rockbreaker is the first one. And of course, no Rockbreaker close. And what's the second one gonna be? Because we're just gonna do all 3 right away. Not Scorcher, please. Okay, Tall Neck. Phew. Tall Neck combines well with Rockbreaker. Cool. And what's the last one? Landshorn. Okay, not too bad. That could have been worse. That could have been worse. And that's another resub, because Cryptid Wombat with a 38-month resub. Thank you so much for the continued support. Really hope you're doing well. That means we're 2 resubs away, or primes, or anonymous gifted from a spin, and 2 normal gifted subs, or brand new subs away from a spin as well. So anyway, gotta get the Rockbreaker now. Excuse me, sir. Well, it's not really... Oh, the wheel is still on screen. It's not really convenient, because I still have to get back to these stalkers afterwards. So yeah, going forward, just so the rules are clear, the subs counter on stream that's at 88 right now counts gifted subs that are not anonymous and brand new subs. Okay? And re/prime counts prime subs. It counts prime subs, resubs, and anonymously gifted. Because unfortunately the API, at least the API I'm using right now, doesn't combine them, which is unfortunate. I need to look into that before the next Memeridian, if I can have some sort of API that works differently. But I'll worry about that in the future. But for now, I guess that's how it works. That is probably what's happening, Chrono. Yeah. By the way, look at that moon right there. Gorgeous.
I think I'm in the clear.
There were 34 things on the wheel. Okay. I forgot how many things are actually on the wheel at this point. I don't really keep count. But there's a lot. But yeah, going forward, for the rest of this Memeridian, we'll do it like that. So I don't have to make too many changes. Or maybe I'll look into a way of combining the two at some point. But it's not gonna be doing today. Maybe I can figure something out for tomorrow. We'll see. But I'm not sure if there's anything I can use that I'm aware of to count both of them at the same time. Or count those in a combined tally. Yeah, anonymous subs also obviously doesn't appear on the top of leaderboards. So that's probably why it also doesn't count it in the API I use for the total subs for this event. But to be fair, I guess that theoretically gives you guys 2 counters you can use to increase the sub count. I'm not sure if there's an advantage to that, but I guess maybe? But for now, I guess you have 2 counters to work with. Because I guess that theoretically that could make a spin cheaper if you are just barely away from resub prime to get there. You could just give this a few subs anonymously instead. So I guess in theory, could make in certain situations make a spin slightly cheaper. If somebody wants to game the system. It will be the same issue in theory for anonymous bits. I guess you're right about that. Didn't think of that, but you probably are right, I think. Wait, these guys are in need. These guys are in need of help. Oh, nice shot, dude. What's the other going on? Did they kill it? Huh. I guess these NPCs can help themselves. Nice.
Full already.
Useful NPCs. Well, now I never. Well, now I never. 7 rules on day 3, true. And we're only 12 gifted subs away from rule 8, I suppose. Looking at it. Ah, more people. Goddamn me. What the hell?
Why? Why?
This one is abandoned. But oh well, I did help her. That means I have to loot her as well, or at least attempt to. In the Kaja territory, there's so many people in need of help all the time. What's up, Thunder?
It's on to me.
I'm doing good, hope you are as well. Surprised I didn't actually take a hit there. Somehow I survived that. Anyway, for the 10 gifted subs, I forgot to mention who got the subs. Zero's 10 gifted subs, by the way. Huge thanks for that. The subs went to Crane Pretzel, Grunless Still Skin, Bram, Tetris Lady, Shooter, Car Gamed, The Birch, Met Zeppelin, Viber 101 Destroy, and Simo. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing, all of you. And Ari also gifted us up that went to X-Cult. X-Cult. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing, and thank you so much, Ari. And Zero for the generosity. Appreciate it. But yeah, current situation of the run, in case new people have just tuned in. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, I have a rule that says I have to do all the corrupted zones first, and I'm only missing one, but I keep getting spins before I get to it. So, Memeridian is happening, definitely at the moment, that's for sure. And currently I have 3 spins. One is a rock breaker, then it's a tall neck, and then it's landzones. Is the current objective for the 3 spins. That is the current predicament we find ourselves in. Surely you guys are not gonna meme block this early on. Surely not. That's gonna be a long Saturday. We're already at that point.
I can get out of this.
Still on. This rider is a bit frustrating for me. I'll be on getting that. There we go. Rock breaker dealt with. Slightly better damage call than what I have. It even had handling as a secondary. Convenient. Alright, on to the tall neck. And then on to the lance.
Get it while I can. My focus is receiving another signal.
After this tall neck, I only have 1 tall neck left, actually. Come to think of it. Because I haven't done the one in the jungle, which is the only one left after this one.
Next head.
Which would be convenient after doing the last corrupted zone, but we still have all animal figurines first. Which we have to do. Before we can do anything else. What's up, Tasha? Hope you're doing well.
Good find.
All ganging up on me right now. But at the same time, we gotta be ready to jump. Please don't shoot. Well, that was terrible timing. Can't see anything. Luckily, there's a million spots to jump on here. Should be fine here. Actually, don't kill it. Then I have to go loot it afterwards. Let's just go for it.
More to the tonic from here. Made it. Now to climb up to it.
That was a bit more inconvenient than I initially thought it was gonna be. You like the get X first rules from Memeridian? Yeah. Those rules were initially also inspired by Specs. When he did, I talked about it yesterday, Specs and Stats, who speedrun, or used to speedrun a lot of Breath of the Wild 100% back in the day. It's not really that active anymore. Quote unquote retired, if you will. But he initially did a run similar to this, but for Breath of the Wild. The wheel spins were kind of my idea, but the idea of doing a run with these extra rules was his idea. And I remember one of the rules he got was get all chord seeds first. Which, as bad as getting anything first in this run is in Zero Dawn, getting all chord seeds first is certainly something else, to put it mildly. Yeah, he's been doing some Tears of the Kingdom 100% glitchless lately. I don't know if he's gotten around to doing a full run. I think he did. But yeah, he did a run. He didn't do the wheel spins like I'm doing for every donation, but runners could donate to add more rules and stuff like that. I think it was how he did it. I forgot exactly how it worked, but that's what inspired my version of the run here. Because a lot of his rules were stuff like doing things out of order to make his hundo run a lot slower. He was trying to do a full, but get interrupted by the birth of his son. Oh yeah, that was the story. I remember there was something. I remember he did some test runs, but yeah, I guess he didn't finish a full run yet. But obviously, the birth of your son probably should come first. Or at least, I would recommend that. By the way, no lanterns here, which is a bit unfortunate. Whoa. Careful now. So I guess we have to go over here to get some lanterns. Actually, I could also just get a lantern on the way back down. There's not a lot of lanterns in the jungle, so it's probably, yeah, it's actually better to get them up here. Dang it. We'll see if they spawn here. They have a chance to spawn over there. No worries, Greedy. Safe drive. It would be nice if Forbidden West had all the machines from the first game. But yeah, Trambler's is probably the one I missed the most in Forbidden West. I kind of get why there's no regular Watchers or Sawtooths. Because you would think Hephaestus has just continued to progress and Ravagers is just an upgraded version of Sawtooths. You know? Same goes for the Watchers. But Tramplers are definitely missed. Oh, there we go. Landstorm's over here. So on that level, it kind of makes sense. What other machines are not in Forbidden West? Deathbringer is not in Forbidden West, or no active Deathbringers, obviously. Alright, back to Corrupted Zone. Going around this thing. Yeah, going around the left is faster. Yeah, fire definitely sucks in Forbidden West. When it comes to any of the elemental states, it kind of feels like acid and freeze is the only useful ones in Forbidden West. I really like the idea of plasma. I just feel like plasma is too weak on the higher difficulties to ever be worth it. If it was balanced for the higher difficulties, it could be a lot of fun. Purge water. Purge water doesn't really do a whole lot, so that's never used. Same with adhesive. I feel like Purge water and adhesive would be worth it if you could have two elemental states at the same time. That would make those two more viable. And what other? Shock? Shock is somewhat useful in Forbidden West. But yeah, usually it's freeze and acid that are the go-to ones in Forbidden West. The way to make Purge water better in the game, I would say, is just to would just be to what's it called? Would just make it a lot harder to get the other elemental states, so it would make it worth to go for Purge water first. Or if they change Purge water so that if a machine is completely covered in Purge water, it only takes one shot of anything else elemental to get the other state, or something like that. That would make Purge water more viable, I would say. This weapon? You mean the Shredder? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Shredders either. They have some uses, but yeah, I never really was a big fan. I think Ari, who is in chat right now, is a big fan, or I assume so, given the runs she's been doing. She must be a fan of some sort. It seems too weak. If you know how to use it, you can get some good damage out of it, but it just always feels like there are better options to use, you know? Oh, more people in need here. At least that's how I view it. Oh, scrappers as well. Jesus, all the machines right now.
Form up and fight back.
Why are the shell weapons? God damn. Jesus. This was just one of those never-ending fights. My God. What the hell? Still got one more lantern. Good lord. Almost wiped out an entire day's worth of work for Festus here. Goodness. Oh, the warrior bow? Yeah, the warrior bow is, in my opinion, one of the worst weapons.
Flinthawks.
Again, it's another weapon where it's like, there are definitely use cases for it, but in those use cases, there's just better options. Wait, god damn it, they're fighting the Glinthawk now. This just never ends. Wait, did they kill the Glinthawk? No, he's still there.
Bet don't kill one of us.
Is this just gonna be a constant fight? Good lord. Are you guys done fighting now? Jesus. And the Karte like to claim they're no longer bloodthirsty under Marad.
Look out below!
I guess it's not bloodthirsty, but definitely machine thirsty. Anyway, let's try and get to that corrupted zone now. How are we doing on wood? We're doing well. We are doing fine. Of Bolt Blaster's rats? Yeah, I could see that. Gotta get that machine oil for Bryn? True, true. It definitely suck. I mentioned it yesterday as well. It would definitely suck if we were to get start quest, finish quest anytime soon. As a rule, because that would change the route I have to do by quite a bit. Because I have quite a lot of... I actually don't know. How many active quests do I have at the moment? Got 4 here. 2 errands. Okay, not that bad, actually. But Acquired Taste and Hunting for the Lodge is going to take forever. Because that's going to require me to go all the way through to Redmaw. Those quests are just happening back to back.
Saving these for the trail.
I saw some people suggest silly rules like that. To literally change game and do something else, but I don't know if we should do that. We should probably just keep it limited. To zero it on for now. Kill all alerted would be worse, yes. It definitely would. So let's not get that, right? Right?
Get the upper hand.
We go this way around, so don't have to swim while the Stormbird likely sees me. Fair enough. Whoa. Stalkers here. I should probably save at a campfire by now. Just in case I get yeeted or something. Like that. Almost down here. What did you miss? Not a whole lot. Just a bunch of spins.
These will keep.
Lots of spins have been happening and preventing me from completing this corrupted zone down here. But at least we finally made it to it. Or almost have visual contact with it. It's showing up on the compass on top of the screen now at least. So that's something. Now I just gotta be careful that I see them before they see me.
Start.
One down, free to go. One of the non-corrupted ones is spotting me. What? One more. Pretty sure that one shooting over on the other side is not corrupted. Oh, actually it is. At least there's two shooting. Oh, they're fighting each other. Well, that works, I suppose. Alright, no more sniper for that guy. Hey, corrupted zones are down. I know I still have to loot them, but time to change the rule. This time I can change it correctly. But let's just double check that it does say 11 corrupted zones. Now it surely does. Now it surely does. We finally got it. Cool. So now let's see what it lands on. How harsh is the wheel gonna be on me? Headpiece is on, headpiece is on. Yes! Ah, I landed on it. Let's go! Ah, that was close. Phew. Ah. Phew. Almost lost my striker bow there. Phew. So corrupted zones first is now headpieces on. Nice. Cool. But that means I
Can't carry more.
probably I have to get all the animal figurines first, but I think it's fair to say I should have to go to a merchant and buy or use an outfit with a headpiece on now, since we're so far into the run. I mean, when we spin the wheel, there's also two options we can land on that replace a rule. So the more wheel spins, the more likely it is we're gonna reset or replace some rules. But let me get the loot here, and then we'll get an outfit with a headpiece before we get any animal figurines. Because that seems like the right choice. Wait, it was this one I hadn't looted. There we go. Cool. But we still have another rule to replace once we get all the animal figurines, which... Let me just see how many do we have. We have 3, so we're missing 3. Simple enough. I'm gonna do the hunting ground here, just gonna see if I can get an outfit here. Alright, oh, all the outfits are available here. So I guess we'll go for the Silent Hunter, since we can afford it. Was a bit expensive because it was an ultra hard, but like I said, at this point I definitely should have. At this point I definitely should have something something with a headpiece on to avoid a spin. Anyway, now we gotta get the animal figurines, which I know I'm missing the one on Shaman's Path. I'm definitely also missing the one that's here. So I'm missing this one, I'm missing Shaman's Path. I got the one in the hangar, so where's the last one I'm missing? Where are they? I got the hangar one. I got the one down here. What other ones? Oh yeah, I haven't gotten the one at this control tower. There's one right next to the control tower. Well, those are the 3 we're missing. Alright, once again, back to the Frozen Wilds. And now we have a headpiece on, so we're not breaking the rule. Cool.
Here they come.
But it did cost me a lot of shots to do that. So that sucks a little bit. But, oh well. Better than a spin, I suppose. Or, surely better than a spin. And obviously, once we have all the animal figurines, we'll replace that rule as well with something else. Which could be another do X thing first, which, you know, who knows, we might just get through all of those today. Yeah, shoutouts to being broke. So at least some progress is being done.
That's it. I'm already.
Progress is in the making. But obviously the more progress we make, the more we get closer to some of the more hard-locked areas. Such as Memeridian and Gaia Prime. Where the shenanigans seems to be happening. Would have been nice if I just hadn't gotten the no mount rule at the start. Just to have some mount during one of the days, but I'm pretty sure that rule is probably just never getting voted out. Which is unfortunate. May as well make it a base rule. If it stays here the entire week, I guess for next Memeridian it's gonna turn into a base rule, maybe. We'll see. Who knows how I'm gonna do the next Memeridian? Who knows? If I'm... maybe I shouldn't say if. I'm most likely gonna do another Memeridian eventually in the future. Who knows, maybe by the time I consider doing a Memeridian again next time, maybe I'll actually be doing quite well in terms of streaming, and then we could do it for charity instead or something like that. That's something I have thought about, if I were to do it at some point after getting some more success with stream and stuff. Then it could be for a charity purpose next time, if that were to come to case. Because that would be nice. I don't know, maybe next time we'll do it. It could be in a Horizon Zero Dawn remake, or maybe in Forbidden West if we figure out a way to make it work there.
Come on.
Surely there's a way to make it work there, but we'll see. Because obviously, for those who don't know, the main reason why I do this event is obviously, I'm pretty sure it's a lot of, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with this. It's pretty chill to play through and all that. And it seems like you guys generally enjoy it as well. But obviously in terms of all the support I get through this and all that, it just helps me out quite a lot, because I am not doing this full time, but getting this big boost of support, you know, once, I guess Memeridian has been once a year for the last 4 years-ish, right?
I need to find Olin.
Since I did the original one.
Everything he knows.
So it just helps me out a lot as a streamer to be able to, like I said, put more time and time into what I'm doing and what I really enjoy doing.
Trail leads to Meridian. When I catch him, he will
So it helps out a lot.
Then he will pay.
Which is why it could be nice that if I get to the point where, you know, my normal streaming is enough to keep me, you know, sustained, then let's say before I do the next Memeridian, I am at a point where it's fairly sustainable for me.
Keep that for later.
Just streaming normally and possibly also the YouTube stuff. Then it could be, you know, then it could be changed that the next Memeridian, for example, would be for a more charitable purpose instead. I forgot, Alice, did you ever do Zero Dawn speedruns? Or have you only done Forbidden West? I don't remember. Only Forbidden West, gotcha. You should probably give Zero Dawn a go at some point. Yeah, I'll hundo runs in Zero Dawn. You started file percent and learning, but then got distracted. Fair enough. You can always chip away at it. Slowly but surely you would get there, if that's something you want to do. Didn't you also say you wanted to learn Lies of P at some point as a speedrun? I'm not sure if that's still in your plans, but yeah. Or if plans have changed around that. Yeah, if you play on PC, obviously just download the save file. There's no reason to set it up yourself, because it is very tedious to get a New Game Plus file in Zero Dawn, but any percent is fun too. If you don't want to set up a file. Fire runs you like to do, minimal time, bunch of new games coming out. We'll see what happens, gotcha. you want to say what those 5 games are? Because I'm personally not aware. I mean, I assume Lies of P and Zero Dawn might be 2 of them, given our conversation, but I don't know what the other 3 are. But if you're like me and don't want to talk too much about it because you don't want to disappoint people, then feel free to not say it. Because I have a lot of games that I also want to learn to speedrun eventually. You know? But I tend to not mention them because I can't guarantee I'll actually end up doing them. And I don't want to disappoint people if I don't. But obviously on the list, everyone knows that. I mean, I have learned Astrobot. At this point, I can't say I haven't learned Astrobot. I have learned Astrobot. But Returnal is definitely there, and
Ouch.
I'd be very disappointed in myself if I haven't learned and done some Returnal runs before the year is over. And then obviously the new Astrobot game. I'd be surprised if I don't end up speedrunning that as well. If it's anything like Playroom, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Y'all get really excited about these things, or perhaps not. Yeah, better not to do it then. I can relate to that. Because in the past, I used to say I really wanted to do Doom Eternal speedruns, but I never got around to it, and at this point I'm pretty sure I won't. As fun as it would be, I just gotta admit, I'm not gonna get around to it. Especially also, there's some things I don't like about rules for Doom speedruns and stuff like that, so yeah. I don't know, maybe I'll change my mind on it in the future, but yeah. Don't count on it. There are definitely games higher on my list of games I want to learn to speedrun before Doom appears on the list. I think it's fair to say the next game I learn to speedrun is most likely Astrobot. Unless for whatever reason it turns out to be a bad speedrun, but I just strongly doubt that's gonna happen.
Back to your business.
I think some people, it could be a very long game to speedrun for some people, but I don't think that would deter me if that's the case. But I could see some other people that are interested in speedrunning Astrobot not end up doing it if it's too long, which it certainly has a chance of being. As for Ghost of Tsushima runs, just to bring that up as well. In terms of my plans for speedrunning right now, as things stand right now, by the way, guys, I've talked a little bit about it, not too much. Obviously, right now, Memeridian is the focus for this week.
Quick way down.
And then after Memeridian, I don't know. I might do a little bit of some Zero Dawn stuff. Before Astrobot comes out, and then obviously Astrobot. In terms of Forbidden West, obviously I'm doing Bingo right now, which is fine. I'm fine with that, because Bingo has been fun. But in terms of other Forbidden West runs, I feel like at this point I'm just pretty burned out on Forbidden West, so it'll probably be some time before I get back to it. I know I said at one point, I think around the beginning of August, end of July, that I might do some more New Game Plus runs of Forbidden West, but I'm pretty satisfied where I am right now with that run. I don't have the motivation to do more Forbidden West right now, so we'll put that on the shelf for now. And then maybe he'll come back and do some runs before Lake Horizon comes out, whenever that's gonna be. But for now, Forbidden West on the shelf. As for Ghost of Tsushima, I also said I wanted to improve my time in Ghost, but yeah, I expected a little bit more hype, I guess, around the PC release, which didn't happen, so... Well, there was some hype, but not as much as I'd hoped, so... I kind of think I've realized now that the PC releases, they get some hype, but not as much as I originally thought they would get. So, I don't think I'm gonna focus too much on those going forward in the future, but... I still want to get back and do some more Ghosts, but it's probably not gonna be until... It's probably not gonna be until they announce Ghost 2, which could happen soon, or once, you know, Ghost 2 becomes more of a relevant thing. Which, you know, most likely will happen within the next year. And then obviously Returnal I want to do eventually, and hopefully learn some other games as well. Plenty of games out there that could be fun to speedrun. So we'll see how it expands. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, Alice. Is there any run in particular you are thinking about submitting for GDQ in Pittsburgh? Because it would be awesome to get a run in there. Because nobody has ever done a Horizon at a live GDQ before. I've done 2 GDQ runs, which I'm the only one who has submitted. Or, sorry, I'm the only one who has been in a GDQ before. I'm not the only one who has submitted. But both of those GDQ runs I did for Horizon Zero Dawn were during COVID, where GDQ was held online, so I had a chance to submit it. But nobody's ever done it in a live event. I know Beat-Up has submitted. I think Reedy might have submitted for one at one point, but both of them got rejected, sadly. If I remember correctly, and way back in the day, Bubbles Del Fuego submitted Zero Dawn for GDQ as well, but it also didn't get accepted. But back then the game was, you know, over 3 hours long and very unoptimized, so perhaps not too surprising. Given a lot of my friends have been rejected in the past from GDQ with fairly good speedruns and popular games and runs that are fairly optimized, I'm surprised that I actually managed to get Zero Dawn in the first place. Especially because Anthony Calver, who does a lot of Last of Us, he had to submit 11 times or something like that before he got accepted. So, feel very fortunate that I have done GDQ. Haven't done one in person, but hopefully one day that could be a thing. That's definitely one thing I would love to do before before one day retiring from speedrunning, is do a live run at GDQ. Well, it'll be Horizon or something else, we'll see. Game's done not so quick, yeah. Probably all Cauldrons for a short one. I should submit Burning Shores, but I don't want to, so then New Game Plus, yeah. Fair enough, Alice. I will say though, when it comes to GDQ, just a tip, they usually are not too keen on category extension stuff unless it's really unique or something like that. So, just from experience and seeing other things accepted in the past, I think all Cauldrons would not stand much of a chance, unfortunately.
Free to listen and learn.
From what I've seen in the past.
Always may suit.
Pleasant days.
So, just want to mention that. Alright, we're back in the Frozen Wilds. Time to get those animal figurines. Time to get those animal figurines. What's up, Cyrus? Hope you're doing well. That's why I BS, because, yeah.
Quiet does it.
I think New Game Plus would have a solid chance. And Burning Shores, I think so too. But yeah, if you don't like the Burning Shores run, then probably shouldn't submit it. Yeah, something like apps % for the meme blog or whatever they call it these days, silly blog at GDQ. Could be something. I don't know. I just feel like all cauldrons... Obviously all cauldrons is kinda interesting in Forbidden West for us that know Forbidden West very well. But the people at GDQ that are not too familiar with Forbidden West, I feel like they would... I just feel like they wouldn't really see that run being that interesting over the many other things they could pick instead. In terms of the people that pick the games.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I hope the little guy's doing well, Cyrus. Haven't seen you in a while, but I assume you've been busy. Or maybe just lurking. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Oh, a lot of bandits there. Yeah. I think for having a good chance of getting into DDQ, 2 hours is probably the... 2 hours is probably, getting anything in that's more than 2 hours is typically unlikely unless... I mean, let's be honest, unless it's Nintendo. I don't care what anyone at GDQ says. Let's be honest, they do have a Nintendo bias.
She's coming for us.
Yeah, no worries, Alice. You do you. But I hope the thing I mentioned here at least give some ideas or tips or something like that. Just from my experience and what I've seen, you know, from previous GDQs as to what get in and all that, yeah. That was not NPCs in need, that was bandits fighting me, which is not NPCs that I need.
Clever.
Alright, one more figurine to go. Get out of here before they start firing at me. He turns 2 in December. He's a very busy guy. We love.
Be fascinating if
We got a bike attachment so he can ride on my bike and he loves it. Nice. Must kill him. Lol. Alright. Alright guys, I'm quickly gonna take a bathroom break here because I'm about to leak. So before I get the last animal figurine, I'm quickly gonna go to the bathroom. So if you guys will excuse me for 2 minutes, I'll go to the bathroom, get some more water, stretch my legs for a bit. And when I come back, we'll get the last animal figurine. So be right back.
Very cold. I get it.
Alright, I'm back. So here's the thing you guys are not thinking about. I have not done Shaman's Path, but since I only have one animal figurine left, I can pick that up and just complete Shaman's Path. Hence why I decided to pick that one last. Because I did try to get up there once, but then Torix gifted like 10 subs, which pulled me away. Anyway, let's continue. And Alice, thank you so much for gifting us up to Cyrus. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the continued support. Really hope you're doing well. And Cyrus, of course, enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing.
Going down fast.
So I'm not saying much. I'm just chewing on a snack. In case you're wondering. I mean, technically getting all these animal figurines is progression. Hold up. I'm pretty sure that's a spin. So yeah, that's 90. Well, I guess we're not getting the animal figurine. Unless we land on something else. And Cyrus, thank you so much for paying your sub for it. That you were gifted from Alice. Really appreciate that. I guess that also adds to the resub count. I feel like it should add to the resub count. So thank you. So yeah, Cyrus, thanks for the gifted sub to Polos for President. Really appreciate it, Polos. Enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. And let's see what the spin. Let's see what the spin is gonna be. Hopefully we don't have to leave the Frozen Wilds. Come on. Come on. Please, something in the Frozen Wilds. Something in the Frozen Wilds. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, we're replacing a rule. Exciting. Well, how about that? Alright. So let's see which rule we are gonna be adding instead of something else. Vessels first, okay. Right. Vessels first. Because I haven't gotten all the vessels yet. So let's quickly see which rules you guys are gonna be voting for. We have 7 rules, and I'm gonna pick, gonna use a random number picker to pick 4 random numbers, and those are gonna be the rules you vote for. So let's see here. It gave me 7, 6, 4, and 1. 7, 6, 4, and 1. So let me do a poll here. Which rule should be replaced? Or vessels. Oh wait, can't spell. Vessels first instead of. And what were the numbers I mentioned? 1, 4, 6, 7. 1, 4, 6, or 7. Begin the poll. You guys have 3 minutes to vote, which means I have 3 minutes to get this Banuk figure. So let's hurry. Because if you vote for 1 or 4, I have to get vessels before the Banuk figure.
I'm pretty far up. The shaman's path this must be one of the markers Naltuk told me about.
So let's see if I can get there in time. Actually, wait, I can't. There's no way I'm getting there in time. Because wait, I'm thinking about the pigment. The pigment is... I need to go all the way to Araya to get it, so yeah, there's no way I'm making it. But I might still are you guys voting for rule number 7? What rules do we have? Wait, what rules are you guys voting on? Actually, you're voting for 6. That means I should be going towards the vessels then. I should actually be going towards the vessels, because you guys are about to replace it with animal figurines. So I don't have to do Shaman's Path. Because, yeah, I kind of forgot. The animal figurine is all the way up by Aurea. It's the pigment that's further back, which I probably could have gotten to in like 3 minutes, but yeah. So we're not gonna get that last figure. Because you guys are apparently about to vote it out. But that means I have to get the vessels. Pretty sure I've gotten all the vessels in the Nora territory, as far as I remember. But I'm still missing quite a few that across the map. God damn it. How many vessels do we have? We have 6, so I'm missing 6. Jesus. Sheesh. Oh well, cheers to that, I guess. Remember to stay hydrated, guys. It's pretty hot today. Or at least there in Europe it is. But that also means we can remove the wheel spin, because you guys are already voting.
Can't be too
Make sure you stretch before your long run, yeah.
Right. I guess I'm off to the ice rasps.
Thank God there's no stamina in this game for running. Man, that would make this a lot more annoying. There we go, you guys have voted for rule number 6. So instead of animal figures first, it's now vessels first. Which I'm missing 6 vessels. Alright. Because I've gotten all the vessels in the Nora territory, so I have to get all the ones in the Kaja territory. Great. Let me just unmark this. Since we're no longer going for that. So what is the best vessel to go for first from here? Yeah, you can get inside the excavation site early. There's one in excavation site here. There's one here. There's one here. There's one by ambush. So there's 2 here, 3. Then there's the 2 up by Maker's End, that's 5. What's the last one? What's the last one? I'm forgetting one. Where's the last one? Trying to think. I guess I'll think while heading towards excavation site. I might remember where the last one is when I get there. Oh yeah, Bandit Camp, you're right. It's Bandit Camp. Thank you. Thank you, Viola. Compared to most of chat, you seem to be on my side. In these endeavors. Where am I with main quest? I have not gotten to Memeridian yet, so So still at City of the Sun.
Machine's quick.
I've completed Revenge of the Nora, so I'm done with the Nora section, I suppose. I'm going the wrong way here, by the way. You can't seem to help it. You're just too kind of a soul. I mean, true, financially, yes. You're right, Alice. You're right. But at the same time, I also know we are probably gonna get hard stuck at some point where you guys are just gonna spam donations every time I try to do something. And that's, or at least I have a feeling that's gonna happen, because it always happens.
Outlander, wait.
So it'd be nice to have some progression done before we get to that point, because otherwise Saturday is gonna, as profitable as it might be very long.
Frozen tall neck? Seems like a good.
I wonder what they'll trade for Blue Gleam.
I mean, I can mark it as the current one. I just like to mark the quest I'm currently going for to keep you guys posted. But there you go. City of the Sun is active now. I don't have a goals command at the moment. What's up, Scar? What's up, Clooney? How are you two doing? Hope you're doing well.
Might regret this.
Hope you guys are doing good. But in terms of goals, there's exclamation point unlock if you want to see how to unlock more rules. Because we're at 7 out of 10 rules right now. Can have upwards of 10. If we get to Saturday, Elk keeps going until it's done. Or if it gets too late to add another day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how crazy Saturday is gonna be, but I'm just gonna go for as long as possible. And similar to the last day we had at last Memeridian, when we get to Saturday, say if we have 10 rules, we'll remove 1 rule every hour, so the run becomes easier and easier on my side. And I would say if we get above 12 hours, I'm probably gonna start allowing fast travel. And then we'll see how long you guys can keep it up. Let's put it that way. And that seemed to have worked pretty well last year. So we're probably gonna do it like that this year. You need to eat lunch? Well, go get some lunch. It's actually almost 3:30.
Easier when I was a kid.
You were up until 9 AM. Jesus Christ, Scar. Scar just have non-existent sleep schedule. Fast travel does wreck strat a lot. It does. But it's still, when we removed fast travel last year, it still took a while because we were still stuck at Gaia Prime, if you remember. I don't know if you were around for the last day last time, but even with fast travel, I was it still took a while to cross the bridge and stuff like that, and get to Gaia Prime, because there's no good campfires there. A LAN party with your friends. And yesterday was just the first day. Ooh, nice. Sounds fun. You were part of my pain, yeah. I forgot who it was. There was also somebody at the end when... After we started allowing fast travel, there was someone in chat who kept donating as well, way longer than anybody else did. Last year. That kept it going for at least a couple more hours. I forgot exactly who that was. Probably Auntie? I don't think it was Auntie. It was someone who normally didn't talk much in chat. From what I remember. One of those scary lurkers. Come out of nowhere and just add spins at their whim. But yeah, we'll see how Saturday goes when we get there, if we get there. I probably should stop saying if, but we'll see. At some point it gets kind of boring. True. That was the problem last year, because last year I did it unlimited, and it definitely dragged out too much last year, which is why I'm limiting to 7. But this year we're limiting to 7 days, which also makes it feel more special, makes it feel more like an event. So, yeah. I think Auntie was part of it, but there was someone who did like 10 in a row at the very end when everybody else was, you know, cashed out or priced out, I guess.
This scrapes.
But yeah, when it was unlimited last year, it definitely took a little too long. And definitely got a little boring and tedious at the end. So that's why we had to cut it short the way we did. Which is why this year, having it be more limited, I think is gonna work out really well. At least that's what I think. You're welcome to disagree. But so far, I guess it's pretty good. But we are only on day 3, to be fair. So we'll see where we end up. Limited benefits YouTube views? True. True. The first episode should just have been uploaded on YouTube, by the way, day 1. Obviously, these long videos takes a bit of time to upload and process, so... gonna... On the YouTube side of things, I think they'll get each of the days once every other day. So it'll take 2 weeks for all of them to be up, but you know, I also doubt the majority of people that actually watch the entire thing on YouTube are watching the entire thing in one day. So yeah. So they got day 1 has been uploaded today on YouTube, which should be live now, and then day 2 I guess will be up on Thursday. And then this day will be up on Saturday, and so on until all the days up. And the last day probably might be more than 1 video, simply due to the fact that it's probably gonna be too long. Yeah, it feels better to have it as a default this time. Difficulty rotation was fun, but... was fun in the early days, but... we've tried that now. And now Ultra Hard feels better. Having Ultra Hard with more limited rules, as we have now,
Scrabbling a bit.
feels better, in my opinion. Also makes it a bit easier to keep track of all the rules, both not just for me, but also for you guys as viewers. That it doesn't feel overwhelming with like 18 rules or something like that. Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of people that watch, you know, stuff I upload to the VOD channel at 2 times speed and stuff like that. I don't think YouTube has any analytics on it, but I did see some polls from other creators that had polled the audience, and turns out a lot of people watch at like 1.25 speed, 1.5 speed, and even 2 times speed.
Machine saw me.
Obviously, I would still say it's not the same and as awesome as watching live, so if you're watching this on YouTube, you should come to Twitch. It's a lot of fun. Hang out with me and the community.
Just stay out of their way.
But if you are watching on YouTube, I understand why you would watch it faster. There's certain creators I watch. I don't watch at anything faster than 1.25, because faster than 1.25 is a little too fast for me when it comes to watching YouTube. But there are certain creators where if I'm watching their videos, I put it at 1.25 just because they naturally speak slowly or something like that, or it doesn't really harm the video to do it. Yeah, there are some tools you can use to go even above 2.0, but surely the majority of people can't actually watch things faster than that. I've also seen some YouTube creators say that it's bad for people to watch at higher speed because they're not appreciating the content as much, but you know, I personally don't care. It's like, if you want to watch it the way you want to watch it, go ahead. I've seen some YouTube creators that are like, why are you doing that? That kind of ruins the pacing of the video and all that, but yeah. One YouTuber I usually watch at 1.25 is like Summoning Salt, who is the big speedrun YouTuber that does those world record progression videos. Because he's one of the creators that, well, first of all, he uploads long videos, so they take some time to get through, but also in his videos he naturally speaks very slowly, like he has a slow voice. So putting it at 1.25 speed just doesn't really hurt it that much. But there are other YouTubers that speak really fast where, you know, putting it at 1.25 is like putting it at 2 times speed. Where you don't really get what they're saying. What are the difference between re and prime subs? It's just the API I'm using for the counters. Doesn't include prime subs and resubs in the normal sub count. So the normal sub count counts gifted subs, or the counter that just says subs counts gifted subs and brand new subs if somebody subscribes for the first time. But that counter, for some reason, with the API I'm using, doesn't count prime subs or resubs. So that's why I have a separate counter that I manually control to count those. Also, as we learned earlier today, apparently anonymous subs don't get counted either, so if somebody donates, or sorry, gifts subs anonymously, I'll count them in the re-prime category as well. So that's why there's a difference between the two. Hopefully that explains it. Speedrunning Fred just did a video explaining that watching at 0.5 speed is better than... yeah, I saw his video on that. I don't think that works anymore, I don't know. Maybe it still does, I don't know. But yeah, I remember he uploaded a video like that. Because apparently the watch time on YouTube counted it as, you know, what you watching way longer, which I guess technically you are, but I don't think it actually benefits your video. I mean, if you care about watch time, I guess it does, but I don't think it matters really financially in any way. Because there's not more, as far as I understand how YouTube works, there's not more ad breaks, for example. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, there are a lot of YouTubers that does like videos and really focus their videos on being like, you know, 100% algorithmic or 100% good for the algorithm. No, the add new rule thing, we just count the subs counter. Cyrus. I know it's confusing, but sorry, it's the best I could do. But yeah, my apologies that it's confusing. So it's 10 more subs in terms of gifted or brand new subs for for adding 8th rule. I know it's confusing, but sorry. If I was more technical, I could probably make some better systems, but yeah. What's up, Magic? Hope you're doing well. Just wasn't sure if it was worth it. Yeah, gotcha. You're not the first one to ask, so. And if you have any questions, always just ask. I'll do my best to answer them. But yeah, I don't know. The whole constantly chasing the algorithm thing. I mean, I get it, why some people do it, but even if I was making a living on YouTube, it would just be so stressful and so annoying to be such algorithm chasing like that. And I don't know, maybe at one point, if I get my YouTube going, maybe I would find myself in a position where I would have to focus on it, but I don't know. It just seems like it would make doing YouTube such a much, for me personally, a much worse endeavor if you had to focus way too much on it. You know? Which is also why I think there's so many YouTubers that does, like, have a Patreon and stuff like that. You know, so they have some reliable income that's not YouTube side-based, so even if the video might not get the algorithm boost or whatever, they still have some income to rely on. Obviously you need to do some things, like, obviously some things are important. I'm mainly talking about people that focus way too much on certain algorithm things, like very minute details about it. But obviously you want to have a good catchy title, you want to have a good thumbnail. Like, those are the two things that probably matters like 90% if a video does well or not. But what I'm trying to say is, I just see so many YouTubers that talk about focusing on the last 10% of that, right? You know. Which I just feel like is not necessary. The fact that YouTube can demonetize you on a whim is so wrong. It is, but it's one of those things where a lot of people talk about it, but it doesn't actually happen that often, as it may seem. And a lot of people that had been demonetized for certain things, there's probably a good reason why they're demonetized, you know, even though they like to claim they did nothing wrong. So just to play the devil's advocate for YouTube here, it's one of those problems that are made out to be way bigger of a problem than it actually is. Yeah, Pirate Software has gained a lot from the algorithm. Obviously, him focusing so much on YouTube Shorts has helped him out immensely. Because he started doing shorts as soon as he noticed how much YouTube was pushing it, which has given him a massive boost. And now he's starting to also focus on some long-form videos as well, which is nice. Because if there was someone I would watch some long-form videos from, it would definitely be Pirate Software. Because, I think at the moment, in terms of streamers, he's probably my favorite streamer at the moment to just sit and listen to. No, I have no plans of streaming on YouTube right now.
I can
For one, I want my YouTube channel to be running again before I would even consider it. Technically, Twitch now allows you to stream on multiple platforms at the same time, but from what I've seen from other streamers that are in a similar position to me in terms of viewership, it doesn't really look like it's actually benefiting them that much. And a lot of them are saying they really miss having their community in one place. And then there's also just the natural fact that, in my opinion, I think a lot of you agree, Twitch is still just the superior side to watch streams on, having a community on, and, you know, like, YouTube is still lagging behind a lot on Twitch. And then there's also the whole aspect of, if you are streaming a lot of stuff on YouTube, you know, you're more likely to get like claims and stuff on videos and stuff, because your streams effectively counts as, you know, basically videos, so there's also a more scary element of getting more copyright strikes from streaming on YouTube and stuff like that, which I'm not really sure how YouTube handles it these days, but in the past, they certainly didn't handle it well. Well, hello there. Well, I guess we're taking a break from the vessels, because we got 2 more spins. Thanks to Cyrus, and we got another rule to add. Oh boy. Thank you so much, Cyrus, for 10 gifted subs. That is incredibly generous of you. That brings us up to a total of 100 gifted subs doing this Memeridian, which is absolutely amazing, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are way too kind. Goddamn, really appreciate it. That is awesome. So thank you. Right, so let's see what rule number 8 is gonna be, I guess, before we do the 2 spins. Please don't hurt me. Wait, we already have loot all kills, so we are spinning again. I'm sorry, at the start of stream I forgot to remove all the rules that we already had from the wheel. So we're spinning again. What it's gonna be? What's it gonna be? No rolling to go fast. I can live with that. Wait, do we have that? I forgot. Do we have no rolling to go faster? I don't think so. We do not. Okay, I can live with that. Whew. Not as bad as it could have been. Not as bad as it could have been. Wait, not 9. It's 8. No rolling to go faster. But that does mean we have more rules to get voted out later, which could make tomorrow a lot harder. So there is that. The more rules I have, the more likely it is eventually these rules are gonna bite me in the ass. So there's that. Anyway, let's see what the 2 wheel spins are. Let's hit the shuffle button. We haven't shuffled the wheel in a while. And let's do a spin. Let's see what it's gonna be. Nothing? Hey! Get scammed. Get scammed. Well, the unfortunate thing, though, is now that we have landed on nothing, we are not gonna land on it for quite a while again, which is a bit unfortunate. But what's the other spin? What is the other spin? Visit Spire. Well, it certainly could have been worse, I guess, but that's the first time we have landed on that. Because that was suggested by a viewer yesterday that should be on the wheel, which makes sense. So I guess we're visiting the Spire. Where's the Spire? What is the... yeah, I guess... Yeah, I guess going this way, yeah. Alright. That could have been more painful, but the more good things that get off the wheel, the more painful stuff will be there at the end, just like we had this morning. So there's that. But thanks again, Cyrus, for the 10 gifted subs. Let me get down from this cliff and then I'll see who the subs went to. But I really appreciate it. So thank you so much. Where is it? We are gonna get down. Oh. Well, I did not want that to happen. Where was the last campfire I saved at? Whoops. That was not intentional. And I don't know what my last campfire was. Where are we? I guess that's basically the same distance as we had before, so... yeah, I guess it changes nothing. Essentially the same spot or same distance, roughly. But yeah, I'm messing up the cliff jumps there because I definitely
Good. I can use this.
What am I trying to say? I definitely well, Viola wants a spin. Thank you so much. We have to visit the spire first, though, before we do the spin. But thank you so much, Viola, for the $10 donation. Really appreciate it. Very kind and generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. This is my, and your donation message says, this is my Memeridian contribution. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. Gildan is still on the wheel. We have visited him once today, but we reset the wheel after we visited him. So there's a chance we see Gildan twice today. Technically 3 times if you guys go crazy with the spins, but you know. I'm not really sure if going this way is faster. I think it might. Or it's roughly the same, I think. So I want to give a donation, but I don't necessarily want to make you spin, mostly because I want other people's spins to count. What do you mean?
Those rebels and Sunfalls with standstill. Why won't the Sun King finish them for good? How will we...
As things currently stand, Cyrus, it's gonna be no more rules. You're welcome to give more subs, but for now the last 2 rules are still unlocked at the unlocks I've set. Depending on how the runs go, maybe we'll add 2 more unlockable rules once the other 2s have been unlocked, but for now, let's keep it this way. But I'm not really sure what you mean by that, Magic. Like, you want to support, but you don't want to give me spins? If you spend again, is it just added to the list of things to do, or do you have to stop and do a new... No, it just keeps stacking. So, the first spin we just got from the 10... Or we got 10 gifted subs, where the first spin landed on nothing, which was unlucky for you guys. So that spin was just wasted. But that means we can't land on nothing again until the wheel is reset. But now we have a spin to go to the Spire, which was the other 5 subs from Cyrus. And then once I've gone to the Spire, we'll spin the wheel again, because that's the $10 donation Viola just gave. So, if someone were to, say, cause something to happen to add more spins to that, the current spin counter will just go up. And I have to complete all those spins before I can get back to progressing the game. So it just keeps stacking.
So much for being careful.
Is how it works. But some people like to just make a big donation right away to get the spins right away. Some people want to be more tactical and spread out their donation to more tactical positions, but I'm not gonna give you any tips. Chat can give you those if you want. I'm just gonna go to the spire. And just ignore the last thing I said, and whatever I just said. Yo, Plant, thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Thank you for the kindness. Thank you, thank you. So some people like to intentionally try to troll a bit more with their donations. Let's put it that way. And then I'm not gonna give you any more hints. But I'm sure in chat, someone in chat will probably explain it. So yeah, the current spin counters are 2, and those spins have to be completed before we do anything else. And anything else means vessels first, because that's one of the rules we have. You already did explain it. God damn it. Oh well. Oh well. But yeah, 2 more things got added to the wheel today, for those who don't know. We added Visit the Spire, because that's just an obvious thing we never added. So that's what we're doing right now. But another thing I hadn't had on the wheel the last 2 days that I forgot to add to the wheel is Visit Montana Recreations. Because, obviously, we need to add that. Am I not allowed to roll? To dodge? And maybe do 1 roll just to do a little bit of movement, but if I do more than 1 roll in a row, that's probably just me going faster. Unless I'm in the middle of combat, and that would cause a spin. But just 1 roll like that, nothing. But if I did it multiple times in a row, which I'm not gonna do, that's when the roll police is gonna scream at me in chat, and holy shit. Well, so much for progression today. Well, so that's 20 spins. Jesus Christ. Magic might have just emptied the wheel. So that means we need to go to 82 in total spins. Holy sheesh. And 22 on the current spin counter. Good lord. Good lord. Well, my annual contribution. Thank you, Magic, for the insane... Wait, that's another rule as well. Oh my goodness, we had 9 rules already. Well, this could backfire. Thank you, Magic, for that insane donation. Holy sheesh. Dude, god damn. Thank you so much, man. That is incredibly generous. And also a bit scary, because I'm afraid I'm gonna get some terrible rule. At rule number 9 now. Oh boy. Well, let's see what it is. God, I'm lucky. I am way too lucky. But you guys got more things to vote out. And we also have 20 spins. And there's 2 things on the wheel where we can replace a rule, so... One of these things are gonna get replaced eventually. Phew. That could have been much worse, but now we have 22 spins to go through. Or 21, because I'm almost at the spire here. Oh boy! Just wanted to show my big bear some love. Fair enough. Appreciate it. God damn. So visiting in the spire, I assume being in the middle of the arena here, I guess is what counts, right? I think so. Oh, going forward, I guess we'll say it like that. Goddamn. So anyway, let's do the first 3 spins out of these 21 spins. So it'll be a while before we get to those vessels, I guess. So first is Scrabber? Nope, Strider. So Strider first. Strider first, and then... I mean, we're probably gonna go through all of them. The only thing that matters here is which order we are gonna get. So Strider, then Longlake. So we're most likely gonna go through pretty much all of these. It's just a matter of which order we get them in. So Strider Longlake is pretty good. And then Hunting Ground Trial. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad. Certainly could have been worse for the first three. So Longlake is here, but Strider... Oh yeah, Strider here, then Longlake, then Hunting Ground Trial over here. Okay. Sure. We'll do it like that. Strider, Longlake, Hunting Ground. But the thing is, if we get... Since we have so many spins, we're probably gonna get something like Sunstone, Rock, Visit, Gildan back-to-back or something like that. Because the odds of that happening with this many spins is quite high. Quite high. But I guess our progression is not really happening much today. Compared to... yeah, I guess just not a lot of progression is happening today compared to yesterday. But at least we got some progression done yesterday. Am I gonna survive that jump? I'm not sure. Probably not. So long progression today. Indeed. At least we got a lot done yesterday. I just hope we're gonna be close to done by the time we get to Saturday. In terms of progression. Because otherwise, Saturday could turn into a 24-hour stream. And yes, on Saturday, I am fully going in with the mindset that it could be a 24-hour stream. Just want to lay that out there for you guys. My mindset has already been set up for that. So there we go. One spin done, 20 to go.
Forget about traveling light.
One spin done, 20 more to go. Yeah, exactly. So I'm probably Friday before the day 6 starts. I'm gonna go to the store. Gonna go to the store, get some easily preparable food, some snacks, and definitely also some Red Bull. And I know Ari, because Ari on Sunday at around 7 PM, which would be more than 24 hours, is doing her GDQ run of Forbidden West Burning Shores.
They're scanning for me.
And we were joking about if Saturday is long enough, we might be able to raid GDQ. But that would require the stream to be on Saturday to be like 30 hours long. But you also gotta remember, on Saturday it will become easier and easier for me to complete spins. Because the plan for Saturday is like we did last year for the final day. If we have 10 rules, then we remove 1 rule every hour until there is no rules left.
Make this quick.
And then at some point... we'll also start allowing fast travel. So the way I'm thinking about doing Saturday at the moment is that, say we have 10 rules on Saturday, we'll... assuming we have 10 rules on Saturday, we're gonna remove 1 rule every hour, so at the 10-hour mark there will be no rules left, so it's basically just normal playthrough. And then at the 12-hour mark, if we get to that point, we'll allow fast travel. which is gonna speed up things quite a bit more, obviously.
That's it. Nothing to see here.
And then we'll just see how long it goes from there, until we have achieved the goal of the run. I guess I do need to go around a little bit here. All these plateaus in the way.
I must be closing in.
Great
on the
GDQ would be so lol. I mean, I would be impressed if you guys pulled that off. Let me just put that out there. If you guys manage that, then goddamn GG. Any contribution they make is from both you and your wife? Well, thank you. And be sure to say thanks to your wife as well, Magic. I appreciate it. I know you have mentioned before that you like to watch the stream, both of you. Maybe she should get a... Maybe she should get a Twitch account. What would it be? Sexy Magic Wife? That sounds wrong to some extent, but... I don't know. For some reason that sounds kind of wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what your relationship is like, I guess. Take it or leave it. It's a joke we're going with.
All right.
That would be hilarious. See if you can convince her to have sexy magic wife. Who knows, that username might not even be available. Because let's be honest, it really wouldn't surprise anyone on Twitch if somebody on Twitch already was named that.
What is?
I am the...
Alright, start round. Let me do Slide of Crane. Let's do the easy one. Or the one I consider easy. Oh wait, inventory. Should have visited a merchant when we had some downtime here. Keep forgetting I can go to merchants again, because I couldn't do that yesterday. I say Slide of Crane is the easiest trial here, given the current loadout we have. But it still doesn't make it too easy. But oh, we got through the first 3 spins.
Not to.
Alright, let's see where our journey is gonna take us now. Tick, 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 tick. It's Charger. No, normal difficulty. Hallelujah. Normal for next hour. So we are on normal until 2056. Cool. Problem is I might land on story in that time and not get the full hour. Let's do 3 more spins since we got that. Oh, we also got a fast roll. Why are we getting all the easy stuff out of the way first? Or the good stuff out of the way now? So I have 1 fast roll to use at some point. 1 fast roll to use. And we are gonna go for Trambler. Trambler, okay. Finally landed on something. So Trambler. And what's after Trambler? No! Back to back. Ah, dang it. I mean, it's nice getting story difficulty for an hour, but that means I just lost my hour of normal. I didn't want to get them so quickly back to back. Dang it. Well, I guess we're on story difficulty until 2057 now. Dang it. Normal was wasted. So that means we're down to 15 spins. So we got Trambler now. And I think basically all the good stuff is off the wheel now. So it's Trambler, then it's Shellwalker. That seems dumb. Well, as you guys can be unlucky with the wheel, so can I. And Gildan, of course. But I have a fast travel, but question is, do I want to use it already? For Gildan. I probably should use it so I get more out of story. Alright, so it's Trambler, Shellwalker, Gildan. And we're on story difficulty for the next hour. Or 59 minutes now. So I think I'm gonna get a Trambler, a Shellwalker, and then I'm gonna fast travel to Gildan. But I'm probably gonna get slapped with a Behemoth or Sunstone Rock afterwards, but I guess that's the risk I have to get. I guess that's the risk I have to take. Yeah, but I think it will be faster to do a Trambler here and then... Oh, there's a Shellwalker convoy right here. So get those back to back and then fast travel. You know what? You're correct, Viola. Viola is correct. Technically, I'm on normal now. Then we switch to story when I kill the Trambler. And then we're on story. Which I'm gonna add another wheel spin for, because that's technically me breaking the rules. But 15 wheel spins or 16 wheel spins, what's the difference anyway? Let's be honest. What's the difference? So we'll add another one. We had 16 now. 16. It's not like it's making a difference anyway. What's a wheel spin between friends? But yeah, we had so many rules back to back there that we kind of lost track of how we were supposed to do it. But Viola coming in with the correction.
Ready or not.
Alright, so now he's dead. Now it's story difficulty. And happy 20-hour mark, so that means when we hit 21 hours, we are no longer on story. Right? Right. And that means we're down to 15 spins. So where were those Shellwalkers at? Yeah, nice and easy to track. But shoutouts to 20-hour mark. And remember guys, in 2 hours and 22 minutes, you will have another screenshot to take. Because then the timer is going to be at 22222. There we go. That one down. Now, the question is it worth it to spend the wheel spin to fast roll to Gildan now? Or the fast roll to Gildan now? I'm probably not going to get further away from the Frozen Wilds, so I'm going to say yes. I'm wasting story time, so you know what? I'm going for it. But I'm just gonna pray the next spin is not Sunstone Rock. Hopefully it's something convenient. Anything but Sunstone Rock. Or Sunstone Rock or Behemoth. As long as those are not the next one, the fast travel will have been worth it. Or mostly been worth it, I guess. Could also be Ravager, which, yeah. Lazy. Thanks, Raptor. But yeah, I'm taking the risk. Fast traveling here to get to Gildan.
Ah, here she is. Here's my other set of hands. How's your metal cooling, hmm?
My, metal is cooling pretty well, Gildan. And yours?
Oh, you know, nothing comes out of the forge perfect. Come, sit. I've got an old Delvin story that'll turn that red hair white.
Hold that thought, Gildan. Another time, okay?
Anytime you like.
They say Meridian is a
All
place
right.
where your every need is met.
Still 13 more spins to go, so the first spins actually went by pretty quickly.
If you have
But that doesn't mean the rest of them will.
why even call yourself Banuk?
Come on, what are the odds? Ah, my god.
Shaman once.
Okay, we did waste a fast travel. Fuck's sake. What are the odds of that happening? Dude. That's the first time we have gotten something in the Frozen Wilds and then Sunstone Rock afterwards. Which is the longest distance you can travel. Gildan is not the furthest away. The furthest away is Opili, but we haven't unlocked Opili yet.
Hunt with care.
But so far, this is the longest spin we have had. God damn it. That is unlucky. That was definitely a jinx. What's after Sunstone Rock? Oh, comp. Fuck's sake.
But bandits are not like fellas.
Jesus.
These new machines, like all machines,
Okay, what's after Rust then?
blue light, aren't they?
Charger, okay, just rub it in.
Ever since Sakubi started painting. When will it be finished?
Alright, let's begin our
Maybe
journey.
I can trade this blue ring.
I'm sure you could, Aloy. I'm sure you could. Well, as fast as the first couple of spins were, these are about to be some very long spins. So you guys actually managed to get a Frozen Wilds, Sunstone Rock, Rust back to back. Rip story? Oh yeah, true. Wasted story difficulty. I'm not even gonna do all the spins on story now, probably. Because I'm pretty sure getting to Sunstone Rock here is gonna take 20 minutes. Might as well put a mag on it. How far away is it? 4.6. It's gonna get a little further. Obviously that's in a straight line, which is not possible. Ugh. Well, I think it's fair to say we're not gonna get a lot of progression done today. There's still 4 hours left of today's stream, because I'm sure I've mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, but the plan is to do 8 hours a day for the rest of the week, or for 7 days in a row, and this is day 3. There's still 4 hours left, and I'm probably gonna be done with these spins in 4 hours, but I think it's fair to say I expected more progression today, if I'm honest. I was expecting that yesterday we were gonna get a lot of progression and then decent amount of progression today, and then it was gonna slow down. But, oh well. Maybe more progression tomorrow. Good lord. I'm gonna do my best to walk the routes where there's no NPCs. We had Gildan and Rust back to back at the beginning, but I had a fast roll at the beginning of stream as well. So I've had 2 fast rolls today, because we did reset the wheel once today. Because we started with a wheel with very few things left on it. Oh well. It is what it is. At least we're gonna get to see most of the map this way.
The scrapes.
Yeah, I can slide. Slide is just not that effective here in Zero Dawn as it is in Forbidden West. Because you can't do it like slide cancels. Still faster? It is. I guess I also don't want my fingers to get too tight. Toy Bone Memeridian, get out of here. One thing you could do if you were to do this in Forbidden West is have one of the options on the wheel spin be next kill has to be Toybo, and then you could land on a Stonebird right after or something like that. Which sounds like fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. I did change the story, right? Oh yeah, I did. Should be 1 hour of Toybo. I guess you would just focus on collectibles then during that time. And not combat. So much fun, yeah, I should do it. I wouldn't be surprised if one day we'll do one in Forbidden West. But have to figure out the logistics of how it would even work in Forbidden West as well. Yep. Sup Hunt, how are you doing? How is Kansas today? You Kansas, lol. Are you from Missouri? Raptor or something? Because I think I heard once before Missouri and Kansas has a rivalry. Which makes sense, they are neighbor states. So, that tends to be the case. No, Texas. Ah, okay.
Red light.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I'm not gonna do a Forbidden West version anytime soon. But, yeah, we'll see. I'd always could think of ideas, but yeah, you could make a rule that you're always allowed to travel to the base or something, or maybe just have 2 or 3 fast rolls on the wheel or something like that, I don't know. There's definitely ways of doing it. But the problem is also when it comes to 100%ing the game, Forbidden West is a much bigger game than Zero Dawn. When we talk 100%. And as things are further apart in that game too. So getting it to fit within a week.
Them soon enough.
Or maybe if we do Forbidden West, maybe it would have to be 10 days then. I don't know. It's also the thing. And also there's so many things in Forbidden West that are locked behind progression. Which kinda sucks. For Memeridian. And by the way, somebody suggests, I forgot who it was, but Seth mentioned it in our mod channel on Discord, that if we're doing it in Forbidden West, the name of the run will probably be Forbidden Progress. Which, let's just say that's a fantastic name. Oh, it's Codman? Shoutouts to Codman then. Forbidden Progress. Because obviously it's not going to be called Memeridian in Forbidden West. Singularity meme. What would be the thing you would keep me away from in Forbidden West? Like, what is the most optimal thing to keep me away from? In terms of progress, softlocks. Sabi Mill? I guess the boat to San Francisco would definitely be one of the spots. I could see people do it. Or anything on the Isle of Spire, I guess. Yeah, what would be the point exact? A lot less skill than in that. In a Forbidden West run. What's up, Julian? How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Fascinating. Looking for me.
You just get a driver's license for motorcycle. Oh, nice, GG. Sounds like fun, but be careful. Usually the nastiest accidents are the ones on motorcycles. But I'm sure you're aware of that if you just got your license for it. But GG on that, that's awesome. We could keep you out of the base, true. But that would be a little easier if you guys, if we had the rule that I would always be allowed to fast travel to base, I guess.
Everything he knows. Who the killers were, how they saw me through his focus. Who the woman is.
This voice line plays every time we cross the border.
Why they want me dead. Olin's trail leads to Meridian. When I catch him, he will talk. And he will pay for all the lives he's ruined.
You need the money right now? Fair.
Better watch for machine lights through the trees.
It just happened to reappear. Hunt. Unlucky with the rules so far today, I will admit. But all the luck you guys have had on spins has meant you unfortunately haven't had a lot of luck on the rules. But now that we have 9 rules, last rule by the way, the 10th rule, if we don't add up to 12 rules, which we might do given the amount of support already. But to get to 10 rules, obviously we still need some bits, or we're about 10k bits away. But since we have 9 rules now, that means 4 of them are getting voted out at the end of today. And getting shuffled into something else tomorrow. So we'll see. So even though the rules might not be painful today, it doesn't mean they are not going to be tomorrow. But yeah, given the amount of support already and the fact that we are relatively close to already hitting the 10 rules, getting to, yeah, something like on day 5, giving you guys the possibility to get an 11 and 12 rule seems about right. But yeah, if we do Memeridian next time, maybe we'll probably figure out something. We'll figure out the details of doing it in Forbidden West. For sure. But the next time we do a Memeridian is probably not going to be until at least 2025. I'm not sure what I would put as rule, or to unlock rule 11 and 12. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. But I don't think I'm gonna do resubs and primes. Just because you guys don't have too much control over that. Because for one, there's not that many people in my stream with prime subs lying around, and resubs, it's not guaranteed there will be enough resubs during the week. So I'd rather do it something else. I might just make one at a certain sub count and donation count instead, I guess. For 11 and 12, if we do it. So we'll see. We'll see how the run progresses, but I'm probably not gonna do it until day 5. So, there's that. I had thought about at one point of maybe doing an any percent version of a Memeridian to make it like a one-day event or something like that. I'm not sure how that would work. But where I only have to complete the main quest to finish the run. In either Forbidden West or Zero Dawn. And instead of being a whole week, it could just be a one-day event. I have thought about that in the past, so we could do that as a test in Forbidden West, I guess. At some point. But that is something I have thought about in the past. Like an any percent version of it. So you just stop me at the bridge non-stop then? Yeah, I'm not sure how it would work at any percent, but we'll see. Could be an interesting idea. I'm not sure how well it would do on a one-day event, but we'll see. Yeah, that's the thing. In Forbidden West, you kind of get locked in a lot of places doing main quest. There's a few places in Zero Dawn as well, but not that many. So spins would just have to keep me out, because once I'm inside, spins wouldn't really be relevant, I guess. Maybe we would have something, think of something more clever than spins, I suppose. Potentially. But I would have to do some research on that. I would definitely have to do some research on that before I would do that run. Just to know exactly when you are locked out and when you're not locked out, if you know what I mean. If it were to do like a 1 day any percent event. This doesn't sound like too bad of an idea the more I think about it. Alright, almost at Sunstone Rock. And then we have to go back to Rust. Yay.
It's some sort of cargivore. It's under attack by machines.
I don't like our chances. You want to tell Warden Geneva we back down? Let's take our chances.
Yeah, and any percent you don't have the typo early on. And we touched the door. So now we are down to 12 spins. And now for Rust. It doesn't look that far away in a straight line. That's probably another kilometer added. Yeah, exactly, Viola. Instead of putting it at Rust, let me put it at Day Tower so I know. Run in a more correct direction. Yes, Hunt, if you weren't here when it happened, we indeed. So what happened was, we got Visit Gildan, but I had a fast roll at the time, so I used my fast roll on that. And then after I talked to Gildan, I was like, anything but Sunstone Rock. So we landed on Sunstone Rock and then Rust right afterwards. And that's the journey we are on now. And after I talked to Rust, I have to kill a charger. Am I gonna survive this? Yes. Yes, I am. And then after I'm done with Rust on the charger, I still have 10 more spins, thanks to the incredible generosity by Sexy Magic Face and Sexy Magic Wife. Which I guess is now his wife name.
To override these machines.
Unofficial Twitch name.
Find out where they came from.
What's up, Bunny? Hope you're doing well. Let me just make sure I don't... Yeah, I need to go around the right side of this. Perhaps miss his face? Could do that as well. Am I being called out on a proof rate? Wait, did I break a rule? What? What did I do? I didn't do nothing. You guys saw nothing? What did I do? Sunstone Rock NPCs in need? Yeah, but that would require me to progress the quest. And I'm on story difficulty right now, so I'm pretty sure you guys do not want that. Because that's part of the quest. So that would, for one, give me progression. Two, I would have to do those behemoth on story difficulty, which would be pretty easy. So I'm pretty sure you guys don't want that. Right. It's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, bunny. Congrats. Hope you're having an awesome day so far. But happy birthday. Well, these NPCs are neat. God damn it. Oh, there's so many machines here. At least it's star difficulty. But keeping track of looting everyone here is gonna be a nightmare. Now, to kill the NPCs, we just save because they're bandits. I've spared your life, accept your fate. Okay, that wasn't as painful as I thought it was gonna be. That could have been worse. Also, I really still need to visit a merchant to sell some stuff again. Remind me to go to the merchant at Day Tower. Did I loot everyone? Yes. Pretty sure. I feel confident enough to move on.
I can't spare the wait.
Robin, thanks for gifting us up to Bunny. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the kindness and generosity. And Bunny, enjoy the emotes and ad-free viewing. And I guess the birthday present. I guess we'll qualify that under birthday present. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say, me helping the NPCs, if it's part of a quest, I'm not gonna do it. Because the point of it, because that would be free progression. And there's a bunch of other things where we don't allow free progression anyway in this run, so why would we start doing it now? I think that's how I'm gonna rule it. Unless you guys have a strong disagreement in chat, then we can do a poll about it. But you guys seem to agree. For now. You have zero opinion. Nice. Still got half an hour left of story difficulty. So if I'm fast enough at getting to Rast here and killing the Charger, might be able to get a few more kills in on story difficulty with some of these spins before we are back on ultra hard. Oh goddammit, more NPCs. Jesus. These guys need to be more stealthy. And it's bandits again. It's always bandits, isn't it?
Regroup! Regroup!
There was a long leg over here and one more guy somewhere. Where's the corpse? I'm missing one of them, huh? Or did I get everyone? I'm not seeing any corpses. Oh, over here. There's one. Wait, that's a watcher. I thought there was a human corpse, but it's not showing in the focus, so I assume I got it. Not only that, Hunt, I got normal difficulty and story almost back to back, so I didn't get anything out of normal difficulty. So, very unfortunate. At least the good thing is I have been lucky with the rule spins, but the wheel spins, not so much. Not so much. At least I'm not in dire need of shopping. True. I just need to go to a merchant to sell off a bunch of stuff to clear my inventory, I think. At least it wasn't started in normal. Yeah, that could have made it a little worse, yeah. That I will agree with. But once I get to Day Tower here, I'm definitely gonna sell some stuff to clear some inventory space.
Gonna need this.
Unfortunate thing about this Memeridian, though, in terms of progression, is I can't abuse no restart from saves, because you guys got that rule fairly early, and same with mounts. But hopefully, at the end of one of these streams, they'll be in the same vote, and you have to vote out one of them. Which could open up some abusing for me. True, Alice. Very true. But I've already gotten some shadow stuff. Been chipping away at that. How do you know the numbers are random? I don't know. Finally back at Day Tower.
The world beyond the sacred land.
And time for Aloy to do this voice line again.
Learn everything he knows. Who the killers were, how they saw me through his focus. Who a woman is. One who looks like me. Why they want me dead. Owen's trail.
Yeah, it's impossible for a computer to be truly
When I
random.
catch him, he will talk.
Hope I don't
And
catch
he
a
will
chill.
pay for all the lives he's ruined.
Like, you can program randomness.
On the road. There are no shadows on that.
Alright, let's dump some stuff. There we go.
Take a look at these wares. These aren't good.
But all modern computers has access to true random source. Yeah, or a source that is unpredictable, I guess. Without, like, a quantum computer or something like that, right? Is like the layman's version of explaining it. Because technically those numbers are based on something, there's just no way to calculate it, right? This is how it's supposed to be set. Yeah, it's so random that you're likely never gonna be able to predict it, right? That's essentially the idea. Like, it's unrealistic that you would ever be able to. Random.org is a cool site. I'm pretty sure, isn't it random.org? Yeah, I use random.org to whenever we replace a rule and I wanted to spit out 4 random numbers that you guys vote on, I use random.org to give me 4 random numbers out of the 9 rules we have. It's also where I get the numbers at the end of the stream to decide which rules goes against which rules in the voting. So shoutouts to random.org, it's actually a part of Memeridian.
There's gotta be a way to override even these things.
William Magfunder.
They're scanning for me.
Chad is really getting deep into the science and I guess also philosophy right now.
Okay, Aloy, now what?
Yeah, is it true randomness or just something we can't comprehend? Similar to how there were things in the past that were thought to be truly random until people found out a way to predict it. So that could be the case for other things in the future. Maybe not a lifetime, but you never know. You had the last day as an apprentice today? The hype is real? Oh, nice. GG. GG. Congrats. Hope it went well. What were you an apprentice for, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, indeed, Seth. Aloy Lara Kenna.
Fascinating, if they weren't looking for me.
You're a nurse now? Oh, nice. Awesome. That's awesome. So well done on that. Any particular field you want to be a nurse for, or you don't know yet? Because obviously nurses are used in quite a lot of different things. Got so many nurses in my extended family as well. 3 out of my 5 aunts are nurses. And then I have 2. How many? My sister wants to be a nurse. She's working on that at the moment. And then I have 2 cousins that are also nurses. Your sister is married to a paramedic? Nice. You start working at the intensive care unit? Good luck with that. Definitely sounds like you're gonna see a lot of different things every day if you're working there. My oldest aunt was an intensive care nurse for a long time. She's not anymore, but like for most of my life she worked in that. Almost back at Rusta's house. Almost. Sometimes a thankless job full of absolute heroes, true. Yeah, often.
Oh, they're hunting me.
Aloy needs a step counter. Yeah, if anybody from Guerrilla Games is watching this, when you release Horizon 3, make like a distance travel statistic in the menu. Speedrunners would appreciate that. Wait, why am I climbing over here? I need to climb over here. Are we gonna visit Rust? Yes, that is the current spin. And after we visit Rust, we have to kill a charger. Those are the 2 spins we know of right now. Current 12 spins? Indeed. We had an extremely generous donation from from Sexy Magic Face and his wife of $200, which is obviously 20 spins. And we're slowly but surely working our way through those. But we had some unfortunate spins back to back, which took a lot of time. Yeah, if you live in a country with free healthcare... Wait, I'm running past the grave. Definitely don't take it for granted. There we go. Got to Rust.
Hi, Rust. Not much has happened since my last visit. The killers from the Proving. They aren't gonna hurt anyone anymore. They tracked them to Devil's Grief. There was a battle, and we won. Varl, he made an impression. Has some other issues, but I like
yeah, you're able to post a link now, Nate. Rust again? Yes, Rust again. Second time we've been to Rust today. Alright, charger. Where do we find the charger? Could go towards the Frozen Wilds, but I don't know what the next spin is. There's also no chargers easily accessible going west, so let's just hope whatever we land on can be found up here. But first, charger before we do more spins. Wait, what? Did I walk past someone? Let me watch this clip. Ah, god damn it, I did. Well, back to 12 spins. Damn, Nate coming in hot with the VAR to add another spin.
Ouch.
God damn it. Is this counter ever hitting 0 again? Will we get the vessels today? We still have 4 more vessels to go. Granted, 3 of them are basically right next to each other. And 1 of them is not. But still roughly a little more than 3 hours-ish left to go today. So there's a chance we will get the vessels today, but you never know. Well, that's 13 spins now. Because that's 35 resubs less prime sub. So thank you so much, Nate, for the 20-month resub. Really appreciate it. Coming in, adding 2 spins just like that. Goddamn, what a flex. Thank you so much for the continued support. Really hope you're doing well. Can we get some prime emotes in chat for 20 months? I appreciate you using your prime on me. It really helps a lot. So thank you. Just coming in here with the with the VAR for a spin, and then immediately he adds another spin by going for the prime sub. The 1-2 punch. Well played, well played. See you later, Alice. There was also at one point, I forgot if it was last year's Memeridian or the one we did in 22. But there was a Memeridian where you guys thought it was really funny to always keep the spin counter above 10 for like a long ass time. So that was also a thing in one of the Memeridians in the past. Where every time I would get close to finishing spins to get it below 10, you guys added more to it. Eventually it did get down, obviously, but it stayed above 10 for like almost half a day at one point, I think. In the previous event. Let me call my buddy Elon Musk real quick. I'm pretty sure he's busy trying to get a certain presidential candidate to like him. I don't think he has time, Raptor.
Quick way down.
Yeah, too busy bankrupting Twitter. True. I don't think Twitter is actually ever gonna get, you know, I don't think Twitter is ever actually going to get bankrupt, but at least I don't think so. But I don't think it's ever really gonna be, obviously it's also never gonna reach the valuation that he bought it at, and I also highly doubt it's ever really gonna get to a very profitable state. If profitable at all, is my prediction for that whole thing. And Lord knows what's gonna happen to Twitter once Elon Musk is gone. Not saying he's dying anytime soon, he's not that old as far as I'm aware. I think he's in his 50s if I were to guess, but you know, eventually, you know, when he's gone, will there be the same driving force to keep it going? I don't know. Your life without politics is much happier than life with politics when 99% of the time it doesn't affect you. Yeah. Yep. Come to think, I actually don't know how old Elon Musk is, but if I were to guess, mid-50s, I guess. He obviously doesn't look young, but at the same time he doesn't look that old, so mid-50s sounds about right. Actually, yeah, he's in his mid-50s, because I remember seeing a meme once that he was born after the moon landings, which was in, the latest one was in 72, so yeah, I guess mid-50s. He's 53? Gotcha. 53, I guess. Because if I remember the meme correctly, it was back when they put a car in space and he claimed that Tesla and SpaceX were the first people to put a car in space, but then people obviously reminded him that NASA had a car on the moon. You know, before he was born. So, yeah. Granted, not a car you would be able to drive much here on Earth, but they did put what I think everyone would agree is a car on the moon. There was also similar memes where people said nobody has ever landed a rocket vertically before, but obviously then people also had to remind him how they landed on the moon. You know, using vertical rockets. But that's another thing. Not to discredit SpaceX too much. Out of all the Elon Musk projects, I guess SpaceX is the best one. But some of their claims of what they've done first is a bit misleading. Let's be honest. Because the whole concept of landing rockets vertically were developed for the moon missions, and not necessarily something SpaceX came up with. Granted, they figured out how to do it on Earth, which is, you know, can't really deny that. That's pretty awesome, pretty cool. But the whole general idea of that is pretty old. And obviously the car in space thing as well. Because, yeah. Actually, that's a long time ago, SpaceX, that the whole car in space thing. Almost at the charges, by the way, so it's time to do 3 more spins. And in 5 more minutes, or 4.5 minutes to be precise, we are losing all story difficulty, so hopefully we can get some spins done before that, but probably not. Oops. Where's my spins? Here we go. Wheel is getting more and more empty, by the way, but let's do 3 more spins. Below back. Below back. Alright. Should be able to get that done on story. And... God damn it, Ravager. Ugh, have to go back to the Elkjaer territory for that. So Ravager, we're not gonna get that on story difficulty. And last thing. Watcher, please. Ah, more travel time. God damn it. Montana Recreations. So yeah, Bellowbag. God damn it. So I guess Bellowbag, which is here, and then Ravager, and then yeah. Am I gonna get to this Bellowbag in time before Ultrad kicks in? Probably not. Maybe, it's gonna be close. I have to do it before the hour changes, because it was right on the hour the time started. So it's gonna be very tight on time. But man, these spins have been unlucky so far in terms of travel time. God damn it. Ravager, then Montana Recreations. Get out of here. No worries, Robin. Call my mount, I can get there faster. Good one. Good one, Penguin. we're definitely getting to the billowbacks in time. It wasn't as far as I thought. And look at that, they're fighting NPCs. And it looks like the NPCs were only fighting the billowback. But that makes that easy. And now all the way to Ravager. I could call it yes. Do I want to? No. God damn it. I thought I could get away before they would fight him. Thought I would get far enough away before they got there. But nope. I think at this point we might as well just swap back to Ultra. Because I'm not really gonna fight anything in the last 1 minute here anyway. So might as well swap now. Those guys are too far away to attack the NPC. What's my opinion without getting put in? America might not be the top superpower in, say, 100 years? On America not being a top superpower? I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about that, to be honest. I mean, living in Denmark and, you know, being part of the Western world, it's kind of nice that USA, as an ally, is the superpower that it is, even though it is, you know, just like other superpowers, also doing their shady share of things around the world. You know, shady is putting it mildly, let's be honest. Els is big braining by switching early. I mean, I might as well. You know, it's not like I'm gonna use it anyway. But in 100 years from now, I mean, not to be too morbid, but given the fact that I'm almost 30, I'm probably not around in 100 years. But loved ones of mine probably will be, so I still have to guess somewhat, right? But I don't know, it's hard to say, like, what's gonna happen in 100 years of politics, you know? 100 years ago was right before World War II, so who knows what's gonna happen in 100 years, right? So it's impossible to say, you know, USA might not even be a country in 100 years, you know, given how split politically they are. You never know, as an actual civil war could break out in 100 years, or during these 100 years and split the country up, or whatever could happen. You know, in theory. Do I think that's likely to happen? No. Not really. But, and could a world war happen that changes things? I guess, yes. But an all-out war like we had in World War II, I just don't think that's likely to happen. I just don't think that's likely to happen anytime soon. Like a full-on, full-scale world war again, I don't think it's likely to happen. When it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm actually kind of positive about it. I think a lot more proxy wars and stuff like that is gonna happen. But the entire world being dragged into another world war, I just don't think is likely to happen. I did change to Ultra. So when it comes to that stuff, I'm actually kind of positive about it. Like, to some extent. Like I said, I do think we are gonna see proxy wars, you know. You know, more proxy wars happens, or proxy wars, whatever you want to refer to them, like we see with Russia and Ukraine right now, and I'm pretty sure the situation with Israel and Palestine and all their neighbors, I wouldn't be surprised if that got much worse at some point in, say, the next 50 years, or something full-scale war, even more so than it is now, could happen there, but I don't think other countries are going to be dragged into that all that much. You know. So I do think we are going to see more like wars like that in my lifetime. Like, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a war about the South China Sea at some point in my lifetime. You know. But I don't think Europe, like us here in Europe, are really gonna be militarily that involved in that. You know. Will the US be involved in that? Most definitely, given what they are, but given at least how current politics is right now, I don't think you're gonna see many Europeans really want to drag themselves into that, you know? At least with the way I look at it. Obviously this sounds very negative and all that, but compared to saying that a world war is gonna happen, I'd like to think I'm a bit more positive on that side. You know? Korea, Vietnam, like, I'm gonna be honest, I think Korea is the least likely place to start a war out of any of the hotspots in the world right now. I wouldn't be surprised. One of the things I would be surprised by if I don't see in my lifetime is a united Korea. I feel like a united Korea is actually gonna happen in my lifetime.
Here they come.
And to some extent, I don't think it's necessarily gonna require a war to get there. But maybe I'm too positive about it, but the way I see it is the way I see it, I guess. Oh, the machine's fighting me. That did a little more damage than I wanted to. But again, we are talking 100 years. So many things can change in 100 years, right? Out of all the hot zones in the world, like I said, I just feel like Korea is the least likely one to cause a war. Because I feel like it's the superpowers from the outside that want that to be a war, whereas both Korean sides just generally don't seem interested at all, or even remotely pushing for it, compared to other places. Irish reunification, I would love to see that happen. I will admit I'm not that educated on the whole situation with Ireland and
Might regret this.
how Irish people view it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ireland unifies. But I will admit I'm not too educated on that topic and where things currently stand with Ireland, Northern Ireland and such. Obviously I know there are people that want United Ireland and I think they're in a majority, but I don't know. I mean, I know technically the Koreans are still at war, but I'm not gonna call it a war when there's no one dying on the front line, you know? You know? Second half on the message. What message? I don't doubt there won't be a cause for another war. I mean, technically there's a war, but I was meaning more that how the Koreas are gonna reunite in your lifetime without a war. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I'm not that educated, but. And perhaps it's more also just hope that I would like to see it happen, but you know, you never know. I mean, at some point it is possible that a revolution could spark in North Korea. As controlled of a state it is, I don't think it's impossible. But again, I could just be too positive about it. Because who knows what's gonna happen when, what's he called, Kim Jong-un dies, even though he's out of all the major world leaders, one of the youngest. So there's not guaranteed he would die anytime soon. But you never know. I don't think North Korea is gonna be able to keep its citizens like off the grid as to what is happening in the rest of the world forever. As much control as they are, I think at some point that whole thing will collapse. And that will lead to something. Because that's what happened in many other places in history. So I don't see why Korea would not, or North Korea wouldn't eventually have such an event happen. And whether or not it would happen in my lifetime, I don't know, but I would like it to.
Pass the test.
But obviously, I guess a revolution would cause some sort of, I guess, civil war-like situation. But if an actual civil war, I don't know. I mean, it's not something I've thought much about, these questions, I will admit that. And you can probably tell by the way I'm talking about it, but you know. But yeah, when it comes to all this stuff, I don't know, I guess I'm just not that... I can't think of another word, but I'm just not that morbid about it. I really don't think there's gonna be another world war in my lifetime. I don't. Are there gonna be proxy wars? Hell yeah. I think the most likely to break out next, you know, of the ones that have not started yet is probably the South China Sea, I think, is the most likely one to cause something. You know? But if something broke out in the South China Sea, I don't think we here in Europe would be that involved in it. Given our current politics, I don't think it's gonna happen. There's already so much talk here in European politics about how Europe doesn't care about Taiwan as much as US does. So if something actually happened there, the US would have to probably deal with that themselves. Or not get as much support from Europe as they might expect to get. With how things currently are.
Going down fast.
But yeah, this topic got a little bit serious, but, you know, oh well. That happens sometimes. And also the way a world war would play out would work so... A fight between two superpowers would be, in the current world, I think would also be so different to any, like, you know, heavy armed conflict. A world war would end with nukes? I don't know, because you don't really gain anything from using nukes. You know? So that would have to be a last resort. And in any world war that would break out, like, in the current world, with how things are, you know, I don't think there's gonna be a winner in that war. Because I don't think any of them would actually exhaust each other enough to have a decisive winner where it would force the other to use nukes at that point, because that would be their last resort. Again, maybe I'm too positive about that, but it's how I see it. Cinematic universe all along. Well, then I hope we have some better superheroes than a Russian spy and a guy with a bow to save the day, because I don't think that's gonna be enough, like it is in a movie. Hopefully some of the Avengers are a little bit better at that point. I think if an actual war, like, again, between a straight up war between US, China, Russia, or whatever else superpower you want to throw into that mix, if something like actually were to happen like that, the things you would see would be stuff like happened recently with the whole Microsoft and CrowdStrike thing that happened. I think it's stuff like that you would see deployed first before you would see any weapons being used. Like actual hits on, you know, infrastructure is the thing you would likely see happen first in a modern world war. Then you would see soldiers fighting on a battlefield. Like, the attacks would not be trying to kill humans directly with guns and weapons. It would be, you know, trying to shut down key infrastructure like power and other things like that. Electrical grids and something like that. Who says that wasn't an opening shot? I don't like to believe in conspiracy theories like that, so I'm just gonna choose to believe it really was just a major fuck up by CrowdStrike and Microsoft that led to that event. So a war between two superpowers right now, I don't think would be fought, at least not in the beginning, would not be fought with weapons. It would be direct hits towards infrastructure. That would be the thing. Like power plants and stuff like that. Or something like that.
Just stay out of their way for now.
Or anything infrastructure related, pretty much, actually. What's up, Gladiator? We're having a Memeridian on. We are indeed this week. This is day 3 of 7 of Memeridian. And we are currently working our way through a lot of spins. While talking about serious topics. Or serious topics trying to predict the future, I guess. But obviously none of us know what's actually gonna happen. Sublex. And also when it comes to recruiting soldiers for any war that isn't in self-defense, I think it's also just generally getting harder and harder, even for superpowers. You know. So that, I feel like that's also a negative towards that. You know. But if two superpowers actually were to try to hit each other, the first thing they would do would not be using any weapons. Again, it would be trying to do something similar to what happened with the CrowdStrike thing, but a lot more targeted at specific things. You know. You know. At least that's what my prediction would be for what would happen. But, you know, none of us knows what's gonna happen. But I'm positively minded enough to the point that if, let's just say USA and China, because those are the two biggest superpowers right now, if they actually went to war, nukes would still be the last resort. And US or China would only use nukes directly against each other if one of them was actually losing the war. And both of those superpowers are so big and so complex right now that I don't think it's possible for any of them to actually lose. Or be on the brink of losing if they were to fight each other directly right now. And a war like that would exhaust so many resources that it would, that in my opinion, it would probably lead to some sort of stalemate before it would come to an abrupt end. Which nuclear weapons would be. That is my positive mindset towards something like that happening. But, you're welcome to disagree. I'm just voicing my opinion, I guess. I'm just not that negative about the future, I guess, when it comes to warfare stuff and stuff like that. Yeah, that's true, Clooney. But the whole thing is also, like, the true alliance of NATO has really not been tested yet. You know? Like, there hasn't... As much as some people would say Ukraine is a true test of NATO, in my opinion, it isn't. Like, a true test of how strong the alliance of NATO actually is hasn't really happened, so we don't really know. Like, if all those policies they have to protect each other, like how much worth does those actually have in the actual event of something serious happening? Has never actually been tested. Because right now NATO, don't get me wrong, I kind of like NATO, you know. It has its problems, don't get me wrong, but more good than it does more good than harm from my perspective sitting here in Denmark, being part of NATO. But at the end of the day, it has never really truly been tested, and it's still just an alliance on paper. So how strong it actually would be in the event of something actually happening, we'll see. Yeah, and when it comes to war and all that stuff, as Chrono is pointing out here, I'm much more worried about climate change stuff being the bigger deal in the near future than I am about a potential world war. When it comes to worrying about the future, I would say I would be more worried about climate change stuff than I would be a potential world war. Yeah, it's Article 5 you're thinking about, Raptor. Article 5 is the one where if a NATO country is attacked, all of NATO is attacked. Which, in short, means, obviously, say, a likely place to attack would be the Baltics or Poland, if we're talking Russia. So, say Poland gets attacked, then that would be considered an attack on all of NATO, which means all of us would have to defend Poland. But again, Article 5 have never actually been tested. Even though some would like to argue Ukraine is kind of a test of it, but I don't think it's a full test. I obviously support Ukraine, don't get me wrong, but I don't really think that has fully tested NATO. And how strong the NATO alliance actually is yet. Poland gets attacked, we have heard that before. Probably a couple of 100 wars throughout history. That's the thing about Poland. The more you learn about European history, the more you ask yourself, how does Poland still exist? That's kind of like the history joke about Poland, right? Like, with all the things that has happened to Poland in history, how does it still exist? No matter what you do to it, it just keeps coming back.
To bring life back to a dead thing as you did.
I agree with that, Hun, yeah. That obviously Ukraine is not part of NATO, and I don't think Ukraine has been a true test of NATO. Why am I scared when the stray missile hit the farm in Poland? No. Again, an accidental missile hitting Poland. I don't think that's ever gonna trigger an Article 5. I think it has to be a straight-up attack of soldiers, boots on the ground, or some attack happening that gets claimed by a country wanting to attack NATO before anything actually happens. Or something where you can say for sure right away that that was deliberately done to hit NATO. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, before anything actually would happen.
Let's see what this blue gleam is worth.
because Poland's really good at making friends. I mean, it had a lot of friends at the start of World War II, but none of them really came to help them, you know. Remember, before World War II, the British Prime Minister did tell Poland that if Germany ever invaded, that they would be there fighting for them. Which obviously never happened.
Alright, I guess I'm off to the ice rasps to find this shaman's path.
Poor Poland. The conversation today is much heavier than yesterday. Yeah, but people seem to be civil about it. Germany, no. Almost at Montana Recreations. And then we can do the next free spins. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen either. And even if Ukraine became part of NATO and Russia continued its attack, I don't think that would trigger an Article 5 anyway. If that were to happen, but I find it very unrealistic. At least in my opinion.
Get out of this.
Yeah, Finland and Sweden recently joined NATO. So pretty much most of Western Europe is part of NATO, except some of the microstates, Ireland, Switzerland, and Austria. I think in terms of Western Europe, the only notable nations that are not part of Europe, like I said, is Switzerland, Austria, and Ireland. For each, and they all have their own reasons as to why they're not part of NATO. Switzerland is obviously very neutral and doesn't want to get involved in anything, which they have had that policy pretty much since the beginning of the 1800s. Austria signed a treaty after World War II that they would never be aggressive towards Russia again, which is why they can't be part of NATO. Ireland wants to join NATO, but they only want to join NATO if they get Northern Ireland from UK, which is not happening at the moment, and therefore they're not part of NATO. And also, NATO alliance was created by the people that were victorious in World War II, which Ireland was neutral during World War II. They didn't really side with anyone, and therefore they never became part of NATO. But they have tried to join NATO under the pretext of getting Northern Ireland, but it hasn't happened. So that's the breakdown of why those three countries are not in NATO.
That's the actual Latin
Or the
name of
TLDR of
illegal
it.
American
Obviously, there's a lot more going
Brought to
into it.
you by Montana Recreations.
Latin? Perhaps that's some sort of old world custom in which one repeats the name of a particularly revered animal.
Alright, time for 3 more spins. Let's see what we got. It's gonna be Grazer. So Grazer first, that means we're leaving the frozen wilds yet again. But given the fact we have 9 spins, we're definitely leading the frozen wilds. And then a Stalker. God damn it. That doesn't really work well back to back. That's inconvenient. And Scrapper. So yeah, not the most convenient spins. So how am I gonna approach this? How am I gonna approach this? So we can get a Grazer just outside the Frozen Wilds here. Would it then be worth going in to get a Stalker and then a Scrapper here, I guess? That would be the least amount of travel time, I guess? Because otherwise, Stalker, I would have to go to Memeridian. Yeah. I guess we're doing that. Because there's no Grazers up here. I think Grazers has a chance to spawn either here or here, if I'm not mistaken. So, back we go. And sorry if I missed, by the way, I know chat was very active doing this topic we have had going on here for the last hour or so, but I probably missed a bunch of chat. So apologies about that. Because I'm sure you guys had some arguments about the things I was saying, and or maybe correcting me on stuff, so yeah. But at least now you know my opinion, I suppose. But it is an opinion, and it's subject to change, which could happen given what's gonna happen in the future. Because we are talking about what would happen 100 years into the future. And when we are talking about 100 years into the future, my conclusion is I don't really think there's gonna be another world war as things currently are. And I'm much more worried about climate change than I'm worried about world war happening. I did change difficulty. We have an ultra on. I changed it early. Changed it right after the Bellowback kill. Next Horizon game will be the IRL version, yeah. But by the way, if I missed something in chat and you want to point it out or ask me about it, feel free to post it in chat again. Because like I said, I probably missed it. I made it below 10 spins? I did indeed. I did indeed.
Alright, I guess I'm off to the ice rasps.
So yeah, we got Gracer, Stalker, Scrapper. Gracer, Stalker, Scrapper. Bro! What? Well, I guess we hit 10 rules as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I guess we're not getting progression done today, even after all these spins. God damn. I think you're just guaranteed we're resetting the wheel one more time, Robin, with that one. I think you're just guaranteed the wheel is getting reset once again. So thanks for that. Thank you, Robin, for the 10k bets. Really appreciate it. That's very kind and generous of you. Boy. So thank you so much. What did you say, Robin? I just said it's nice to be able to chat with people from different backgrounds, countries, political views in a civil conversation. Yeah. I generally find that my chat is pretty good at having civil discussions. Of course, occasionally there'll be some heated moments, but compared to other chats, I feel like my community is pretty good at dealing with it. You know? Even though I'm pretty sure most of us are not like-minded. I know for a fact there's probably some people watching my chat that has completely different political views to me and see things differently. But generally saying, I would say our community is fantastic at talking about these things. Especially compared to what I see in some other communities.
Still, the hunters complain about the colors.
Imagine being civilized. Indeed. Perfect emote for that, by the way.
It's not enough to bring down the Venuti.
I don't know if that's true, Raptor. I think it's just the internet that makes it look like that way. Like, sure, there obviously is a big divide in the US when it comes to politics, but I feel like most of it is really on the internet. I'm pretty sure people have opposite views. Totally fine if they meet each other in person in the US without some sort of political context behind it. And obviously, American politics are especially heated right now because we are relatively close to an election right now. So that's also part of it. Especially an election that seemingly is going to be very close, and it's very hard to tell who's actually going to come out on top, as things currently are. So I think that plays a role as well. And also, let's not forget, it's also even a political campaign that's literally had, you know, a candidate drop out so close to the election and an assassination attempt, so there's been plenty of things to discuss in the US politics, you know. Also, speaking of, we're almost 5 spins away from hitting 100 spins total so far this Memeridian. That's definitely one of the best things we have added to this Memeridian is the total spin counter. It's kind of fun realizing how many spins we have gone through. Big companies is too much power, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, I would definitely subscribe to that idea. Big companies and investors slash share, or I don't think so much it's big companies. I would actually put the blame more on like shareholders. Shareholders and the general market, I just think is the problem for these kinds of things. It would be nice with a step counter. If I ever do another Memeridian, maybe by then I would have a better PC. We could do it on a PC version and maybe we could get someone to make a mod that would count steps. Surely that would be possible, I'd imagine. Or at least count distance traveled, maybe. And a calorie counter, I'm sure we could find a way to calculate that as well.
They're scanning for me.
I have a feeling I need to go a lot further for a Grazer than I think I have. I mean, I know Visit Gildan is off the board, so in a way, maybe it would actually be worth it to just go all the way down here to get a Grazer and then move back to Memeridian for the Stalker. But there are 19 more spins, so it's almost like it doesn't really matter what I plan out here, to be honest with you. It almost doesn't matter what I do. Depends on when I find a Grazer, I guess. Maybe I'm misremembering. I just feel like there could be Grazer. Oh wait, that Grazer's here. I'm stupid. Please ignore everything I just said. I just found Grazers. And there we go. That's the Grazer spin done. Back to the Frozen Wilds for the Stalker then. I guess they spawned slightly further south than I thought they did. Ever so slightly further south. That's a Scrabber right there, but we need a Stalker first. So I think it's fair to say the rest of this day is probably going to be spent on spins with 18 spins. I don't know. I mean, we still got 2 hours and 20-ish minutes left of today. And depending on how these spins fall out, I don't know. I feel like maybe there's still a slight chance of some progression. If there's no more spins, I mean, there could still be more spins to come, let's be honest, but you know. You know. There's like 2 streams of spinning, yeah. Any prediction, guys? Obviously, like when we are done on Saturday, what do you guys think the total spins is gonna be? Obviously, we're going above 100, possibly today, but at least tomorrow I would be surprised if we were not above 100 spins. Like, how crazy is that spin counter gonna be when we're actually done? 300? Maybe. I mean, 300 still seems a bit low, to be honest. Because I know what's probably gonna happen once the true Memeridian / Gaia Prime starts happening. 420 exactly. I mean, if you guys were to go for a target, 420 would definitely be a good target to go for. Wait. Did I ever add another rule? For fuck's sake, I never added another rule, so I guess that's another spin. Oh, for fuck's sake. I just realized we got 10k builds, we had 2,500. Or 25,000. I never added another rule. For fuck, why did nobody remind me? I keep making mistakes today, dude. So many of this, I mean, we have gotten a lot of spins through generous donations today, but like at least 10 spins today has been me messing up rules. You'd asked that ages ago? You did? I'm sorry, I missed it. We were in the middle of that conversation. You know what? Since it was such a big mistake, and I did complete a spin in the meantime, just to make it a round number, I'll go up to 20 spins. So I'll add 2 for it. I'm feeling generous, okay? Don't say I'm not generous. Alright, what's rule number 10 gonna be? Please don't hurt me. 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 I'm scared. Fuck you! Dude, no. Well, that ruined my mood. Dang it, dude. I had been so lucky with rules up until that point, and then the last one just has to be some bullshit like that. No comment. These spins are gonna be so painful now. Silence is loud. Yeah, it is. It really is.
What business do you have?
The sound of silence has certainly set in. Do I have enough wire? Yes, I'm good on resources. That was the one thing I didn't want. I would rather have kill all alerted than I would have no purple weapons. No, the Stormbird is still alive. I haven't even been close to Gaia Prime yet. Again, main quest wise, we haven't even entered Memeridian yet. Just a friendly reminder. Kill all alerted is next, don't worry. Progression just gets so much harder. Who knows, maybe it'll be right next to no mounts or something, and it'll get voted out or something. We'll see. God, I hope it gets voted out tonight, because 5 of the rules are gonna get voted out at the end of today. And it's gonna be random which rule goes up against which rule.
Alright, I guess I'm off to the ice rasps.
And hopefully no purple weapons goes up against something like no restart from save or something. God damn it. This run just gets so much more tedious. And the worst thing is I got that rule while having 20 spins. That's what really stings right now. That is what really stings right now. Sec, thank you so much for the 13-month free sub, and thank you so much for using your Prime on me. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the continued support. Really hope you're doing well.
It's down.
Good lord.
Look out below.
Good lord. Alright. Back to the store. Back to the store. So what are the chances of me making any progress now today? Probably none. I feel like the rest of the stream is just spins now. Especially with some of the machines that are still left to be spun. Guess both Stormbird and Thunderjaw are still there. Behemoth as well. So I think it's fair to say... that... can't think of what I want to say right now. I think it's fair to say we're probably not making any more progression today. Did I even... I mean, I guess I got a few things completed, but... damn, definitely need to get some progression in the next couple of days, that's for sure. To have a chance on Saturday. Alright, let's find that stupid stalker. Or at least one of them. Probably always more than one here. If I can find one.
I know where I am.
Alright, that was actually fairly painless to get that stalker. Next up is Scrabber. No problem dying here. Yeah, that was an extremely painless fight. Gotta dodge those shots. That was not to go faster. And I don't want to see anyone make that argument right now. Ay, ay, ay. Meeting accomplished. Good for you, Alice. Welcome to misery. You might have noticed that the spin counter has only gotten higher since you left. And the rules have gotten harsher. By the way, now that we have all 10 rules at the bottom, do you think it needs to scroll faster at the bottom, or is it still fine? Just out of curiosity.
Machine saw me.
Faster? Actually, let's do a poll about it. Let's do a poll. Rules, speed, or scroll speed, faster, it's fine. Alright, I'll let you guys vote there, since now we have all 3 rules on the board. Should it be faster, or is it fine as it is? Since now we have all 10 rules on the board. Like I said, later this week I might increase it to 12, we'll see. Depends on how the run goes. Might be generous and open up the potential of getting 12 rules. Since we already got 10 so fast. At least we got 10 a lot faster than I thought we would. which I very much appreciate. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't expect it so fast. No worries, Squeedy. Get yourself some lunch. There we go, nice clean stab. And with that, we're ready for 3 more spins. But I think I'm gonna make it my goal today to get the spin counter to 0 before we hit 24 hours, where the stream is gonna end. Because like I said, I'm doing 8 hours a day, which means we have to get to 24 hours today. I know we went over the other 2 days, but as long as I go for, 8-hour increments every day, that's what I mean by 8 hours. So let's try and get that back to 0 at least before stream is done today. But let's do 3 more spins here. Oh wait, I spun the wrong wheel. That was the wrong wheel. Please take over. Behemoth, okay. What's after the behemoth? God, these are just not lined up for me at all. Sawtooth, okay, fine. I swear to God if it says Scorcher now. Thunderjaw. Okay. I mean, at least they are close together, but... And we had to go through them at some point anyway, so, yeah. Right, so Behemoth... Behemoth, Sawtooth, Thunderjaw. Oh, and you guys want the scroll to be a little faster, let me do that. Your vote just ended, and the far majority said faster. Let me put it at 70. It doesn't feel that much faster, does it? Let me just double the speed it had. So that's double the speed. Is that good? Looks good to me. I just doubled the speed of the scroll. So we're on to Behemoth. Behemoth, Sawtooth, Thunderjaw. Cool, cool. The journey continues.
This'll help.
The journey continues. But by the way, as tedious as this run has gotten, I still have to say, and I'm probably gonna say it a lot during this week, but seriously guys, thank you so much for the insane amount of support. It really means a lot, so I'm very thankful for it. And if it even remotely keeps up the way it's gone through these first 3 days, then I'm very thankful, so thank you so much. You guys are making a big difference to me, so I'm thankful for it. And I hope you guys are enjoying the run. But I also hope Memeridian is
So much for being careful.
going a little better than last year, because last year's version, as I've said many times already, was very scuffed. Because it was planned out a bit poorly when I did it last year. So I hope it works a little better this time, that you guys know when the streams are. You guys know exactly when the streams are, you know how long they're gonna last. And you also know that there will be an end within a week. So it feels more special, it feels more like an event, and I think that works better, right? Or at least I hope so. For you guys. Better that it's being recorded this time. Also that, yeah. Shoutouts to the YouTube guys. There will be an end. I mean, the end is either me completing it at eventually sometime during Saturday, which is probably, when I say Saturday, it's gonna turn into Sunday, let's be honest. Or what's it called? Or I eventually just have to throw the towel in the ring or something like that, I don't know. We'll see where we end up, you never know. You never know where this journey is gonna take us. Yeah. I mean, hopefully I didn't jinx the World War III as much as I've jinxed the rules and spins today. So if a world war happens within the next year or so, feel free to put the blame on me. You know, I guess I was the one that jinxed it if it were to happen. That's on me, guys. Apologies for the death and destruction. I'll be the Ted Faro, aka the scapegoat. If there's a world war within before the next Memeridian happens, let's put it that way. I'll call that a jinx on me. Anyway, before we continue here, I think it's time for me to take a little bit of a break because I gotta go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, get some more water. So before we continue, this is actually a very pretty spot to take a break on. So yeah, before we continue, quickly gonna take like a 2 to 3 minute break to stretch my legs, grab some water. Let me pause the timer on exactly 22 hours because that looks good. And and when I come back, we'll play for at least 2 more hours. Hopefully get done with these 18 last spins unless more gets added, but as long as I can get through these 18 before the 2 hours is up, I'll be satisfied. But we'll see. 2 hours is a long time, and you know, once we get through some of these harder spins, it might ease up a bit. We'll see. Because we have gotten a lot of the hard stuff out of the way. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, I'm quickly taking a break, and then I'll be back. So stay tuned.
The sun's coming up.
Alright, I'm back. I am back. So, shall we continue? Sub ISO, by the way.
Look out below.
Yeah, no main quest progress today, that's for sure. I haven't even tried to go to Memeridian, to be honest with you. I've done a little bit of side content, but then a lot of spins came in hot. But granted, most of the side content I've completed, I have had a lot of rules telling me to do X thing first today, so it's not been fast progression, that's for sure, like it was yesterday. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to Memeridian today either. And that's another resub. Thank you so much, ISO, for the 16-month resub. Really appreciate it. Thanks for continued support. So where we left off, we currently have the next 3 spins, which is Behemoth, Sawtooth, Thunderjaw. And we've just been in the Frozen Wilds, which means we have to go pretty far to find a Behemoth, because they no behemoths in the Frozen Wilds outside of main quest stuff, which we don't have access to, obviously. And, well, another resub. Goddamn. And there's also no behemoths in the Nora territory as well. So we have to go on a bit of a journey to get one. But luckily, once we get to the behemoth, Sawtooth and Thunderjaw is not that far away. Crow, thank you so much for the 30-month resub. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the continued support. 30 months is a long time, so I really appreciate it. Can we get some tribe emotes in the chat for the 30 months, guys? What did your message say? 30-month anniversary. Been a while since I could join a stream. Won't be able to stay too long today, but wanted to stop by and say hi. Well, I appreciate it, Crow. Really hope you're doing good. And thanks for still supporting, even though you're not around too much. It really means a lot that you like my content enough to continue to support it for that long. So, I'm very thankful for that. It makes a big difference, so thank you. I appreciate the kind words, obviously.
Save these for the trail.
But yeah, I have set the goal now for myself that I want to get these 18 spins done before we are done with today. And since we're doing 8 hours a day, we only have 2 hours left today before we hit the 24-hour mark, where we're gonna begin to call it for the day. So let's see if we can get those 18 spins done. It's not gonna be easy, but depending on how the rolls go, it is certainly possible. Granted, the things that are left on the wheel at this point, at least, are shouldn't be relatively annoying. I think the only annoying thing left on the current wheel is the Scorcher. Which is obviously gonna send me back to the Frozen Wilds, which is why it's annoying. But everything else I should be able to get somewhat close together. But there's not 18 things left on the wheel, so we are gonna see another wheel reset. And that's where the interesting part is gonna play out in terms of making all 18 spins today. Obviously more spins could get added, but at least getting through these 18 would be nice. But we'll see how it plays out. Where's this behemoth now, by the way? Okay, he's barely moved. He's up there. Which means he's gonna move around, go down here. Yeah, so he's moving closer to me. He's not moving away from me. That's good. Yeah, potential is also for 2 replace rules. That is true. I think we still got a replace rule left on the current wheel. Let me just have a look at the current wheel. We got 6 things left on the current wheel, which is Scorcher, Snapmaw, Watcher, Broadhead, Replace a Rule, and Stormbird. So the only thing that isn't close together in that group is Scorcher. And obviously Replace a Rule is just gonna replace a rule, which could be bad, but at least it's not something I have to go out of my way to do. Let's not hunt. The odds of that happening were low enough that surely it won't happen again this Memeridian. Surely. Surely. Yeah, the most optimal would be Stormbird and Scorcher back to back in whatever order. And given where I'm currently headed, you probably want the Scorcher first, yeah. With the things that are left. In terms of spending the most time.
Red light means trouble.
But before we get to that, like I said, we have these 3 spins to get through first. So that means we have 3 spins to go through now. That's going to bring us to 15. There's 6 things left on the wheel. So that means we're going to be at... So 15 minus 6. That means there's 9 more spins on the new wheel, I guess. If my math is correct. You know, basic math can be a struggle, so I probably made a mistake, but I think that's correct, what I said. Pretty sure it's correct what I said there.
Can't be too prepared.
So yeah, 9 spins left to go with the current wheel, and yeah, it is 6 more spins on the new wheel when we get around to it. Most likely they'll I wouldn't be surprised if there's 1 more spin today other than the 18 we have left. Even without anyone donating, I wouldn't be surprised if there's 2 more resubs happening in the last 2 hours. Statistically, that seems likely. To get a prime sub or a resub in the next 2 hours. Statistically, that seems very likely to be a thing that's gonna happen. Oh yeah, if I break the rules again. That could also happen. Or if somebody gets tempted to get us to 100 spins today, which is we're only 3 away from doing. I could definitely see someone get tempted by a round, big, nice, shiny, round number. Before the stream is over. Stormbird is relentless. Thank you, Jaywin, for another 1k bits. Appreciate it. So, oh, that didn't count. I didn't have the splits active to count it. There we go. Thank you so much for the 1000 bits. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. So I guess we have 90 now. I still think that's possible to do in an hour and 50 minutes. At least feel somewhat confident that that's possible. Yeah, there's a headpiece on this outfit. I even bought a hot outfit to make sure we had a headpiece on. Specifically for the rule. It's just a headpiece that's only really visible from the front, I suppose. headpieces seems a bit divisive to you guys.
They know I'm here now.
I mean, I'm also in the camp of not really liking most headpieces, to be fair. So, getting closer to the behemoth here. Dang it. Just too late there. Finally, got him. Go. I wasn't paying attention, I really thought he was gonna get shocked before you would get another blow in. Apparently I didn't get far enough away here. There we go. Another spin down.
Fascinating.
Gotta get the loot. Yep. Alright. Yoink that. There's a chance to get a sawtooth here. Just making sure. No, they're just spotting me. They're not fighting something. They're not fighting me. They're just spotting something. It doesn't look like there's a sawtooth here. So yeah, next up, sawtooth and thunderjaw. Excuse me. I guess the sawtooth is probably the most convenient, and then down to this thunderjaw, I guess.
Can stop tensing up.
Are there bandits here? Yep. But they're not fighting anything, so see you later. You uploaded Aaron in Lego form? Nice. Alright, sell some stuff here. Starting to fill up a little bit again. I actually don't have that much to sell. Excuse me. Got a little bit of a runny nose right now. We got playable Tursus. Are we really waiting? Yeah. Tursa as a playable character is a weird choice, but I guess it's because they need someone that's gonna appear early enough in the Horizon story to be a playable character. Because obviously you would think Talana would be a better choice. Or Sona, but if it is a game that's a recreation of Zero Dawn, as they said, Talana doesn't appear until you get to Memeridian at the earliest, right? And Sona, it's a big part of the story is to go find Sona. So having her as a playable character is not an option either. Down.
Perfect.
Alright, on to the Thunderjaw. Yeah, let's go for this Thunderjaw. Got more cover working on that Thunderjaw. Oh, nice, Alice. Are you feeling ready to do some commentary for the run, by the way? I don't know if you and Ari plan on practicing the commentary, or are you just gonna wing it on the day? Or prepare some notes or whatever people usually do for commentary? Yeah, Alice is doing commentary for Ari's run at Flame Fatales. You got notes? Nice. There are lots of notes, kind of want to practice, but we'll see. Yeah. Just have to organize getting together. Ari can do a run where you both commentary. I always like to practice my commentaries before marathon runs, but to each their own. Just to get an idea of what I want to say where and how to keep pacing and stuff like that. Again, wait, is your run not the first run anymore? Still first, just at 1:15. Oh, okay, so they just moved it back a little. Fair enough, I guess. I got a little worried you guys weren't the opening run anymore, because that's pretty cool still. To be the opening run of the marathon. So how are we gonna attack this guy? Given we don't have, any necessarily good weapons here. Only need to save the campfire, but I think getting a shot on the tail could make a huge difference there. Or at the very least, get the plate underneath the belly exposed. Oh, he's actually fighting someone in need. How convenient. these canisters exposed. Try to play a little bit more aggressive with this guy this time, since we got a little bit of help from these guys off the bat. Don't end up underneath in here. Yeah, one freeze. Pretty sure I need two. Kinda got stun luck there. Maybe a tad bit too aggressive on that one. Maybe a tad. Let's try again. Stuck. Damage here while he's frozen. Gun destroyed. Really good damage there. And well played here so far. A little too much aggressiveness there. A little bit more careful. Quick shot off there. Get freeze bonus. Should be relatively close to that. There we go. Nice. Fighting aggressively with a Thunderjaw without purple weapons. Phew. Alright, 3 more spins. 3 more spins. Let's see when that Scorcher shows up on the wheel, hopefully in somewhat of a convenient order. We know it's gonna happen, it's just a matter of where and when. Looks like we're replacing a rule first though. Okay, fair enough. Replacing a rule first. So let's see which rule is gonna be up for grabs here. Before you guys get to vote. We already have no mount, so we have to spin again. Once again, at the start of the stream, I forgot to remove. At the start of the stream, I forgot to remove the ones we already have. Tallnecks? Is there any Tallnecks left? Oh yeah, there's the one in the jungle. So tall necks first. Tall necks first. And now let's see which 4 options you guys are gonna get. Random Dog Orc says 3, 4, 5, and 6 is gonna be their options in the vote. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So let me do a poll. Three, 4, 5, and 6. You guys have 3 minutes. Get your votes in now. I don't think we're gonna get around to doing tall necks today, but oh well. Anyway, let's do 3 more spins to see what the next 3 spins are gonna be. Let's Scorcher, or was it getting a takeover? No, Scorcher first. Of course. Scorcher first. Let's hope it's not Stormbird right after. Anything but Stormbird. Just fuck you. I hate this wheel. And last one. Exactly the lineup I didn't want to have. And yeah, give me a Watcher. Who cares? Scorcher, Stormbird, Watcher. Okay. To the Scorchers. Yeah, in terms of order between Wessels and Tall necks would be done first. Because it's the order of which rule is lower that decides it. Subsequence, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. And remember to get your vote in, guys. If you don't see the vote, it should appear on the top of chat. If you don't see it, refresh the stream to cast your vote. Or whatever you're watching on the app, or whatever. Sometimes the vote doesn't appear right away, which is kind of a Twitch thing. But so yeah, if you don't see a poll, just refresh stream, and it should be there. Yeah, exactly, Hunt. But in terms of which I have to do before the other is decided by which rule has the lower number next to it. In terms of figuring out the order. Even though there's only 1 tall neck left, but I guess that forces me down to the jungle at some point. Which probably isn't today, but you know, semantics. And you guys have voted for rule number 5. I forgot what 5 was. Was that headpieces? Oh yeah, headpieces. Rip Viola. And her love of headpieces. Alright, rule has been replaced. Now we're doing broadcast in the game. Not much today, not much. Got a lot of progress done yesterday, but where's headpieces? Visual off. No more headpieces. As you can see, Aloy's forehead is visible again. But an hour and a half until we are voting out half of the rules. So it might be time to start thinking about which rules are better than other rules. Just a reminder, because at the end of each stream, and we stream roughly 8 hours a day. Oh god, the Stormbird spotted me. Shit. We vote out half the rules to mix it up a bit. And which rule gets up against which rule in the vote is random, but could be time to start considering which one you want to vote for. I misspelled Tolmix, did I? Oh, is there no apostrophe or whatever that thing is called in English? Oh yeah, I guess there isn't. That's true. Little grammar error there. The grammar police is out in force today, apparently. Fair enough. Capitalization on 8 needs work. Let me see it when it scrolls by in a sec. No rolling. Go faster. Oh, yeah, 8 is also terrible. Any other ones now that we're in the middle of changing these? No rolling. 2. Go faster. Let's see. No shield reaver, no purple weapons. Help all NPCs in need. Vessels first, all next first. Loot every kill. No mounts, no speedrun skips, no research. Everything else looks fine. Oh yeah, NPCs. Yeah, you're right. True. Because there can be more than one NPC, I guess. Or even if there's only one, it's still correct to say NPCs.
Back to your business.
Yeah. Boom. Alright. Spelling has been corrected. Until I have to type in 5 new rules tomorrow. Where I'm probably gonna misspell stuff again. But at least for the time being, you guys are probably satisfied. Oh, who am I kidding? Twitch chat is never satisfied. You guys will find something else to complain about. The hive mind that is Twitch chat always finds something new to complain about. Need a rule for no misspellings. I'm complaining too much? Fair. Fair enough. Fun rule could be no swearing. I would never swear. This is a Christian stream. Bandits. Oh, they killed him. Good. Now I don't have to worry about it. This also means I don't have to loot it. Cool. Because it wasn't me killing that last one. How convenient. Anyway, back to the hunt for the Scorcher. Rolling for fast pickup. It is, I guess, but no. Stop it. That's a habit I'm not gonna get rid of for Memeridian. Oh. Sorry, I thought I saw something out my window. Distracted me for a sec there. it's the neighbor kids playing football in the yard. There was a ball flying past the window. Not close to the window, but something flew past and I didn't notice what it was. Why did I try to go this way around? I should go the right way around. How dare they? Yeah. Kids having fun? Not on my watch. Did the Thunderdome spot me? Oh god. Don't hurt me. Probably gonna be a disc launcher shot on me any second here. So even though these next 3 spins here are gonna be a bit slow, there's still a chance the last 12 will go by quickly. Because some of the rules that could appear could make it go by very quickly. So I'm still hopeful for finishing these 15 spins. Still very hopeful. So I guess next time we do a Memeridian, I guess it's fair to say I can't really say most progress gets done on day 2 and 3 anymore. You guys have definitely proven that theory wrong. I mean, day 2 still, but day 3, not so much. Have you done any Convent or Bandit camps yet? I've done some of the Bandit camps. I think I've done 2 Bandit camps. No, 3. I've done all the Bandit camps in the Nord territory. But there's still 3 left and the DLC. The DLC one. And I haven't done any Cauldrons at all. So all the Cauldrons are still there, and there's 4 Bandit camps, one of them being in the DLC. And the other 3 Bandit camps are the 3 ones at the Kaja side of the map. I got halfway through one of them yesterday, but spins happened before I finished it. So I never got, so I never finished that one. I haven't gone to Memeridian either. I tried once to go to Memeridian, and I think it was you, Robin, that blocked it. There was one attempt towards the end of stream yesterday to go to Memeridian, and it failed. Quite quickly. Because then you gifted, I think, 1,000 bits if I remember correctly, and SD then dropped 15 subs. So that ended that dream yesterday. But surely, there's a chance tomorrow, I guess. Surely. There's a chance tomorrow. High altitude pick right there. A boar, if you will. That could be a good tactic, Chrono. But don't get too many ideas now. Don't get too clever with your ideas now. What's up, Sticks? Things are going well. Not much progress today. We have had way too many spins today. Thanks to, well, granted, a lot of them my own fault, because I've broken way too many rules today, but most of them due to some insane generosity. So, other than completing corrupted zones, getting a few more collectibles, not really much progress has been made. Granted, I feel like we did. Granted, to be fair, I still feel like yesterday I made progress enough for 2 days, so I'm not too worried yet, but if we have another day like this tomorrow, I could be worried a little bit in terms of progression. If I'm honest.
Snow haze. White as bone. That thought got dark.
But who knows, maybe today was just a little bit of an outlier, and then tomorrow we'll take a decent chunk out of some progression. We'll see. We shall see. Anyway, our journey into the Scorcher here, almost complete. Our journey towards the Scorcher is almost complete, and then we turn around and kill a goddamn Stormbird afterwards. Ugh. But at least then afterwards, the next 5 spins I think that's left on the wheel, or actually I think it's only 3 things left on the wheel, should be very close together. And then after that, obviously, 9 more spins, which will be on a brand new wheels, so who knows what's gonna happen there. But given there's still an hour and 15 minutes-ish left to go, I'm still feeling confident we can make a dent in these spins today. So we can start with a clean slate tomorrow. But who knows, we'll see. We shall see. Alright, back in the frozen walls. Let's get these weapons loaded up. And ready to go for the Scorcher.
Dangerous land to visit, Outlander.
Couldn't Sakuri spend her time fishing or scrubbing dyes or...
Outlander, wait a moment.
Almost there.
All right, I guess I'm off to the ice rasps to find this shaman's path.
Let's hope only one of them has spawned in to make my life a little bit easier in this fight. There's a chance to spawn. I think I only hear one. Couldn't really see. I'm pretty sure it was only one. Got some lands on though. Yeah, I only see one. Be a bit of a challenge to freeze him. But it's definitely gonna be worth it. There. Really? I didn't expect an explosion that quickly, but I guess damage is damage. Stay focused there, no silly death now. Close to being dead. Really? Look at it. Surely that's gonna kill her, right? Wow, really? Jesus. There we go. Alright. Not too shabby there. Could have been worse. That deals with that guy. And now, Stopbird time. So these spins here, definitely are gonna take some time, but
keep that for later.
Like I said, once we're done with Stormbird, the next couple of spins should fly by. Because let me just remind myself. Yeah, it got that one broadhead left on the wheel. And those are two, those two should be quick. Because we can get those fairly close together. After the Stormbird.
Outlanders. Large Outlanders.
And then after that, obviously, the wheel is gonna reset. And then it's just a matter of how long that takes. Whatever it resets to.
Outlander, wait a moment.
Should buy some potions here before we deal with Mr. Stormbird as well, because I'm not gonna have a lot of cover for that fight. So let me buy some potions. And now for a journey back down again. All the running back and forth, though. I guess it's fair to say Memeridian truly has started today, huh? It really, truly has.
Scrabbling a bit.
What are you guys up to right now while watching the stream? Anything exciting happening? Or are you guys just chilling, watching me get through all these spins? Cleaning your room, it's a mess. Then it's a good idea to do it, I guess. Making dinner, playing Forbidden West. Nice, just chilling. Fair. Just laying in bed, waiting until my family gets here so I can help move my sister into her dorm. Nice. Your sister is also going to the same university? Digesting dinner. Nice. What are you guys having for dinner? Once I'm done with stream here, I'm gonna make myself a burger, because I just happen to have the ingredients to make myself a burger. So I'm looking forward to that after stream here. Hey, Crystal. Recovering from training? Nice. Good work. Sandwiches.
Ouch.
Very nice. Today you're gonna eat cod. Nice. Sounds healthy. Cod and potato. Need to make more food later today. Finish your taco stuff? Gotcha. And you're gonna eat with your family though, if you're helping your sister move, or it's not gonna take that long maybe? Maybe you can push it off until tomorrow? Oh yeah, I just thought since you said you were together with family and moving. I feel like most of the time you end up eating together afterwards anyway. I would assume. think you'll have a Costco japchae. Or how are you supposed to say that? I don't know what that is. Or I know what Costco is, that big convenience store you guys... I think it was during last Memeridian you guys told me about Costco.
For later.
It's like a big convenience store with really bulk items or something. And apparently they have really cheap hot dogs. That's what I remember about it. Korean noodles. Oh, nice. Yeah, apparently Costco is like some big store in the US. We don't have Costco? No. I mean, most of the supermarkets that are in Denmark are native to Denmark. We do have some international ones, I guess, or... I guess the only international one that's really left in Denmark is like Lidl. As far as I know. I mean, I guess Netto is in multiple countries, but I'm not sure what the origin is of Netto. But I know it's in a lot of Western Europe has Netto. There's also Co-op, which I'm pretty sure is in all of Scandinavia, but I think it's actually is Danish in origin, if I'm not mistaken. Do we not have Aldi? We used to have Aldi, but Aldi went bankrupt last year. The Danish Aldi went bankrupt, so they sold all their stores and left the country. Because a lot of people didn't like shopping at Aldi. Granted, most of the stores they had in Denmark hadn't been renovated in years, so they were pretty beat up. And also, Aldi was pretty focused on only having mainly German brands, something that Lidl also got criticized for back in the day. Lidl at least changed things up and actually has a lot of the brands people want now in their store, and including some Danish brands, so people are more willing to go there. One thing you gotta know about Danish customers and supermarkets, people care a lot about here about things and products coming from Denmark when they're shopping. And that's basically what killed Aldi, because they did not want to change that. So their customer base was not that big. And also, like I said, their stores were pretty run down, basically all of them, so they weren't really spending a lot of money, so the stores didn't look nice. A lot of them were really dirty, or appeared dirty, you know, so. And it was pretty much like that for the last 10 years, Aldi's existence. And also compared to other stores like Netto, Co-op 365, and the other small stores we have, like, those stores are just better, nicer, more modernized and stuff like that, so, yeah. And also those stores have just as good discounts as Aldi, so... So, Aldi... I know Aldi is really popular in, like, Germany because it's super cheap compared to other stores, but Denmark didn't really have that advantage at any point, as far as I'm aware. German companies having German brands. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Lidl did change. Because it was the same thing with Lidl for a while. A lot of people didn't like to go to Lidl as well here in Denmark. Because they only had like German brands and also they had mainly just generic Lidl brands. They didn't have, for example, with soda, they didn't have Coca-Cola or Pepsi for the longest time and stuff like that. So people wouldn't go to the store, you know, because people didn't want... Like, they wanted some of the cheap stuff, but the other stuff that they wouldn't compromise on, you know, stuff like cola and stuff like that, people were not... So, because they didn't have that stuff, people would rather go to other stores that were probably just as cheap as Lidl is, so they could also get those brands alongside the cheap stuff that they were buying. Lidl realized that and changed up things, and now Lidl is probably... Actually, I always go as fast to say Lidl is probably my favorite store we have in Denmark of the, you know, on the more cheaper stores that we have in Denmark. I would say Lidl is probably my favorite, either Lidl or Netto. I think Lidl have a slight advantage because Lidl has a much better bakery section than Netto, in my opinion. As I prefer to go to Lidl. But Lidl has changed a lot in recent years. It didn't used to be like that. And Aldi just kind of never made that change. And eventually they died out because of it. Because they didn't adapt to the Danish market. Even though Denmark is a small market, trust me, Danish customers are very particular. And all my life, as all I ever heard about Aldi is people didn't want to go there because their products are German. We don't want German products. We want our greens and stuff like that to come and be produced in Denmark. And we want a lot of the products we used to that are Danish. I personally have never been that fussed about it, but a lot of people I know in Denmark are very much like that. When it comes to like products in supermarkets. When it comes to supermarket stuff, also because of the way Aldi and Lidl came into Denmark, of being very cheap and stuff like that, I think because of that, the way they entered the country when they first got here, I don't know when, probably late 80s, early 90s, they were trying to be that really cheap store with all the cheap German brands. And because of that, I think a lot of people got the association that anything German, or any product that was German, was considered cheap. And therefore people would rather spend a little bit extra to get the Danish stuff, which was considered higher quality.
Owen's trail leads to Memeridian. When I catch him, he will talk.
So I think it's just that perception. When they first entered the country, they were like, oh, this is the cheap German stuff. Go to the store. And that eventually became the downfall, because as needed as it was in the beginning, it eventually became, I don't want the cheap German stuff. Over time, right? You know, kind of that market swing, I guess you could call it. And also in Denmark, Germany is generally considered so much cheaper than Denmark, which is both a positive and a negative for certain products. When it comes to that scene. Alright, time to fight the Stormbird.
Shouldn't use my weapons up here. It'd be cheating.
So I know it might sound weird, and also I guess in the US you guys probably don't have that problem, I'd imagine, because I'd imagine it's not common to find stores in the US that's just German products, or even like your neighbor countries. I assume you guys don't have Canadian stores, because US is such a big country, I guess. Jesus, I'm getting plowed by this Stormbird. I mean, that's true, Lex. But from a Danish perspective, that's how it appears, you know? And because Germany is so much cheaper, that makes people think that German products are of cheaper quality, even though they might not be. But it's a perception thing. Good shot there. And also, yeah. And yeah, also as Seth pointed out, I feel like Lidl has done a really good job of not just being German anymore. I don't know if that's like that outside Denmark. But I feel like Lidl has done a good job of getting like products from like all of Europe rather than just Lidl, or rather than just Germany, I mean. There we go. Stonebird down. Ding dong. Stonebird dead. Oh, what was that damage go? Is it better than what I have? No. But like I said, Lidl is now probably my favorite store of the cheap ones. Or cheap stores that are close by. I guess my favorite store would probably be Elkjaer, which is basically a Danish version of Walmart. But Elkjaer is not as readily available because they're big stores. So I have to travel a bit if I want to get there. But if I'm gonna do like giant shopping or a giant shopping trip, it's definitely the place to go. Anyway, time to spin the wheel to see if we are doing Snapmaw or Broadhead first. It's gonna be Snapmaw first. It didn't really matter which one was first, because they're right next to each other. And just for good measure, let's just make sure it lands on Broadhead. Alright, and then we'll reset the reel after these 2 spins. So Snapmaw, then Broadhead, which is right around the corner. Let's get there. Do-do-do-do. But yeah, the main thing I also like about Lidl is definitely its bakery section, the candy section, and the ice cream section. Basically all the things that makes you fat. All the other sections are good too, by the way. But those 3 are just so far ahead of all the competition, in my opinion. Lidl has the best ice cream, it has the best bakery section, it has the best candy section. In my opinion. And when I say it has the best in those categories, I mean it's by far the best. I don't think any of the other stores are even remotely close to Lidl on that front. 2 wheel resets on 1 stream? Oh yeah, true. GG on that. That's pretty impressive, guys.
Easy, easy.
Also, the fruit section is in Lidl is fantastic. Fruit and greens. At least the Lidl I have local to me, it probably varies from place to place, but the one near me is, the Lidl near me is just run super well, I guess. Am I a sales rep of Lidl? No.
This is where I am.
But if they want to offer a sponsorship, I'll shield them a lot harder than I'm currently doing. There we go, another spin down. Just gotta loot him and then go kill a Broadhead. I'm just a big fan of Lidl, okay? I care a lot about where I shop. I care a lot about where I shop. What difficulty is this? It's ultra. Ah! Stop it. Wasted all my potions in such a short span of time. Anyway. Nope. Hit the canister. There we go. Not sure if it's enough. Yeah, it's not enough to kill it. I don't know if setting him on fire is enough. Probably not. Just die already. There we go. Head down! I didn't pay attention. Wait, what's a spin? There was a watcher before the snap. Oh, for fuck's sake, you're right. I forgot about the watcher because I was so focused on Scorcher and Stormbird. Well, that adds a spin. I guess that means I have to get a watcher before I do the next spin. Watcher, I guess. There's watchers down by this tall lake. Two machines killed, 2 spins. No. I am done being generous for today. I've been generous enough with extra wheel spins. Get out of here. My generosity for today has dried up. Scandinavian. Lol. And by the way, killing this watcher is not gonna remove a spin. So I guess technically it is 2 spins. You happy now? Good. Alright, let's reset the wheel one more time. Let me just make sure this watcher doesn't get to me. So we got a new wheel. Let me shuffle the options on the wheel. And let's do 3 more spins. Tick, 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 tick. Story? Ah, yes! Come on! Thank you. Story difficulty it is. Alright, so we're on story now. Until 2413, aka the rest of the stream. Let's go. Unless we land on normal now, which could happen. But let's see what the next 2 spins are. Lanthorn. Not too far away. Good. We are definitely clearing these last 11 spins now. Ain't no way we're not. Ain't no way we're not clearing them. Broadhead. Nope. Don't. Stop! Stop! I don't know which one I landed on. Which one is going away? Scorcher, fuck you! Bitch. Motherfucker. Well, at least I'm on story, I guess. It's so fucking frustrating, dude. We'll see a Lanthorn on the way to the Scorcher, I guess. I'm still gonna finish it. With story difficulty, there's no way I'm not finishing it today. On story difficulty, I could be on green weapons only and it'll be fine. I have faith, I have belief. But most importantly of all, I'm gonna prove you guys wrong and finish these spins before we hit 24 hours. The wheel has been hard on me enough, it's not gonna be hard on me anymore. Trust me. I have faith. I believe. I will finish these spins in these 45 minutes. We will have a clean slate starting tomorrow. I really want to jinx it. I'm not jinxing it. No way it can continue to be jinxed. No hunt. No. I have faith. I have my belief. Just watch.
I'll tuck that away.
What are you asking, Sticks? Because you don't know well enough yet outside side of the main story, but will you do it in the future? We talked about it earlier today. I'll probably eventually do a Forbidden West version. We even talked about it could be fun to do any percent version where I just have to complete the main story. Where you guys give me spins and stuff like that and then make it like a one-day event or something like that. Could be fun.
Here they come.
So we'll see. So yeah, but before I do the next Memeridian, I'll probably have done some 100% speedruns of Forbidden West, because I'm most likely not gonna do another Memeridian for the rest of the year. Maybe I'll end up doing the one-day one for any percent. Sometime later this year, around Christmas maybe, I don't know, something like that. Or before Lego Horizon comes out as a celebration of that, I don't know, we'll see. But in terms of a hundo version similar to this one, definitely not until next year. We already have a name for it. People suggested the name for Forbidden West should be, instead of Memeridian, it would be Forbidden Progress. Shoutouts to Cartman for coming up with that name. Forbidden Progress. At least that's the best name somebody has come up with so far. If you have a better pun of similar to Memeridian, but for Forbidden West, feel free to brainstorm one. But so far, I feel like Forbidden Progress sounds the best out of the ones I've seen so far.
Never know when I might need these.
But it seems like you guys really like it as well. It is indeed a good name. What's up, fellas? Let me just slide into the DMs here. Horizon Zero done. Lol. What's up, cool geek? Hope you're doing well. I gotta remember to get a lance on in this area. I could also just get one. Could also just get one up by the entrance to Frozen Wilds. Forbidden Quest. I don't think it's quite as good, personally. It's not bad, but not quite as good. There we go. Lands on stead. Gotta get the loot. And then continue towards the Scorcher. The main quest might actually be better. If we come up with a bunch of names, then we'll do a poll. If we come up with a bunch of names, then we'll do a poll on Discord or something for what the name should be when we get around to doing it. Yo, Clingy, welcome back to the never-ending spin quest. Hope you had a good sleep. In case you're wondering, I barely made any progress. Because people have been way too generous today. And also I made a lot of rule breaks, because I'm an idiot. A buffoon, if you will.
Saving these for the trail.
At least the rest of the day is on story difficulty. And maybe part of the beginning tomorrow, depending on when we finish. We'll see. Oh, capture card. Hello. Could you please not do that? Time to reboot the capture card. How much longer do I think I'll play today? Until we get to 24 hours. Because I did, or at minimum. If I'm in the middle of a spin, I might finish that, but you know. Because I did say I was gonna play at least 8 hours a day, so that means I have to get above 24 hours today. Or, I guess on average, 8 hours a day. Because technically the other 2 days were a bit longer than 8 hours, but as long as I had 24 hours a day, I feel like that's the approach I take. So 8 hours a day for the first 6 days of these Memeridian. And then obviously the last day will be unlimited, so yeah. So who knows when it's gonna finish.
Woods, rats and trunks.
And as I always say, technically this run could finish. This run could finish soon, but let's be honest, it's probably not gonna happen. Or not soon, but it could finish before Saturday is what I'm trying to say. In theory. But given the fact that you guys have already been this generous, I have my doubts. I have my doubts. I feel like this journey back to the Frozen Wilds has gone relatively smooth. Nice. When does the elimination bracket of the Bingo Cup start? I'm gonna post some information in the server about that tonight, Clooney. And technically they could start whenever you want, just not until we have discussed the thing I'm gonna post tonight, but, you know. But, because we are gonna discuss some rule stuff tonight, and once that discussion has been concluded, I'll set the deadlines for the matches, and then you just need to organize the matches from there. So hopefully that makes sense. But as promised, tonight we talked about doing some rule changes. Mainly it was on the Forbidden West side. We talked about some rule changes. But we're gonna do it in Zero Dawn as well. I'm gonna post where you guys can suggest some changes to the rules. I'm gonna do that tonight, and then once I've gotten the feedback on that and we have agreed upon what the rules are gonna be for the playoffs, then we'll set the deadlines for the matches, and then you guys can organize and play them. And for the playoffs, since the matches are gonna be best of 3, you're gonna have 2 weeks per round, you know, to organize the matches. Because it's best of 3, but you don't have to play all 3 matches the same day. Or 2 if one of you wins both matches, obviously. There's no reason to play the 3rd match. Unless you want to, but it's not really gonna count. But I'm not gonna stop you if you were to do that. Yeah, one of the rule suggestions is definitely making routes that bind mandatory. Or if you don't complete a routes that bind, you get a -5 score on your bingo board. Effectively making it mandatory. That's one of the rules that's gonna be implemented. Same with completing Cauldron Sigma in Zero Dawn. -5 points. We'll talk about it, Alice. We'll talk about it. I don't think we're gonna change it to 3 lines this time around, because we have played the entire group states without it. And I think it's fair to say no matter what, the next tournament will be 3 lines instead. So I think we're just gonna keep the playoffs the same, and then the increased skill gap from having 25 possible squares every time we do it is probably gonna be enough to satiate having enough of a skill gap so we don't end up with too many matches tying. Not that it actually has been a problem, but the further we get into the tournament, the closer it seems to get, so. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna change format. Especially once we make it clear that, you know, especially once we make it clear that the next tournament is gonna be 3 lines, then I think people are gonna be fine with not changing it for the playoffs. But the idea behind these tournaments has been to test out a bunch of things for future bingo leagues, which are the bigger tournaments we want to do. And I would say the test has certainly worked out well. At least I'm happy with it.
Chosen a poor time to visit the cut, Outlander.
Alright, almost at the Scorcher, still got roughly half an hour to go. So depending on how these spins turn out, we'll decide whether or not I make it. But surely the wheel is gonna be on my side soon. Hopefully.
Outlander, wait a moment.
Alright, I guess I'm off to the ice rasps to find this shaman.
Alright. Come on, Scorcher. Where are you? There we go. Scorcher down. 9 more spins to go. I killed a Lanthorn on the way. In case you missed it. Alright, next 3 spins. Let's see what we got. Sawtooth. Cool. Not too bad. So Sawtooth first. And after Sawtooth, it's Snapmaw. Ooh, almost lost my story difficulty. So Sawtooth, Snapmaw. And last one for this round. Stalker. Let's go! Perfect lineup for the Frozen Wilds. Nice. So Sawtooth, Snapmaw, Stalker. Perfect lineup for the Frozen Wilds. I still have 6 more spins after these. But the first 3, definitely in my favor. Starting to believe more and more that we can do this. Starting to believe more and more that this is possible. And by the way, we're back down to single-digit spins again. So nice. Listen to the drums roaring. Don't worry, Snapmaw, I'll be back to kill you later. Just hang in tight there. It's not quite a perfect lineup, because I have to go to the Sawtooth first, then Snapmaw, and then back to kill the Stalker. At least I got to stay in the Frozen Wilds, which is good enough. Compared to what it could have been, that is acceptable. But it is gonna be tight completing these spins in time. I would be rolling right now if I could. Alright, Sawtooth. I actually don't know if they are guaranteed to spawn here. I'm pretty sure they are. I hear one. Alright, quickly back down for Snapmaw. And then back up here again for Stalker. And by the way, just a reminder, when we finish stream today, which we are going to do around the 24-hour mark here, we always, at the end of each Memeridian day, we vote out half the rules. So since we have 10 rules, we're going to vote out 5 of the rules in pairs of 2. So time to start thinking about which rules you want to prioritize in that vote. So stay tuned on the stream if you wanna partake in the vote.
That wasn't a warning.
Alright, still gotta loot. Still gotta loot. Cool. There we go. Back down to 7 spins. And then head north for the stalker. How many tallnecks are left? Only the one deep in the jungle.
I wonder what they'll trade for blue glue.
As for vessels, there are 4 vessels left. The vessels I'm missing is the one vessel that is outside Bright Market, and then all 3 located next to Maker's End. In case that influences your boat. But the pairing, like Chrono is pointing out, is random. I'll put all numbers from 1 to 10 into random.org and spit them out in random order to see which pairing gets done. Alright, Stalker time. Give me a good Stalker spawn here. And then hopefully the next 3 spins are somewhat lining up as well. Oh, that's the charger. Where are the stalkers at? Did I not get a stalker spawn? Oh, there they are. It's hard to spot things that are invisible, apparently. Get back here. I'm trying to loot you, sir. Alright, 3 more spins. 3 more spins. 3 more spins. Come on. We can do this. Perfect timing. Let's go. Gilden. Alright. Gilden is off the wheel. Come on now. Come on. Please be Grazer. Please be Grazer. Oh, thank God. Okay. Whew. Still lining up in a straight line. Still lining up in a straight line. But we do have to leave the frozen walls now. Hunting ground trial. Dang it. Hunting ground trial is not that convenient. I mean, it was gonna be a stretch to get these done in time, but oh well. The Scorcher, getting the Scorcher early on the new wheel kind of ruined it. But oh well. At least we got Gilden Grazer back to back. Which is better than nothing. Certainly could have been worse. And also nice knowing Gilden is off the board starting tomorrow. Which... Gilden and Scorcher off the board starting tomorrow. Which is a nice omen for progression. And Montana... yes, I think so. Yeah, because we haven't added Opili, Frostclaw, or Fireclaw yet, so I think so. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum.
I'll tuck that away.
I guess in theory it might be possible to get... We're definitely getting these 3 spins done with probably 10-ish minutes left on the clock. And then those 3 spins will decide how much over 24 hours we're gonna be, if at all. Technically it's possible to do 3 super quick spins. But the odds of that happening are probably low. But at the very least, a dent has been made. Take care, Seth.
Going down fast.
Take care. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Almost at Gillen.
These will keep.
But GG's to you guys. It certainly has taken some effort to get through these spins.
Outlanders. Wait.
And you guys really did say almost no progression today. So GG's to that. Well played.
Some astronomer skill.
Ah, there she is. There's my other
Good
set of
old Gilden.
hands. How's your metal cooling, hmm?
We'll look after the stream hunt.
Metal is
Just to
going
not
pretty well,
make it
Gilden.
redundant.
And yours?
Oh,
Or not
no,
after
nothing
stream,
comes
but
out of the forge perfect.
at the end of stream.
Come, sit. I've got an old Delvin story that'll turn that red hair
Progression
white.
and Memeridian
Hold
is
that thought, Gilden.
overrated anyway.
Another time, okay?
Anything
Yeah.
you like.
Alright, Golden done. Next up, Grazer. Next up, Grazer.
The machine spirits may be restless now. They have not always been.
Scrabbling a bit.
Yeah, there's no way I'm making the 5 more spins. Even though I know what the next 2 are, there's no way I'm making the last 3 before 24 hours. But depending on what the 3 spins are, I might do them before we call quit on the stream for today. But we shall see. We shall see. Where we end up. Because if the last 3 spins are like Frozen Wilds, Rust, Behemoth or something like that, you know, then I'm probably gonna save it for the start of tomorrow. So depending on what the last 3 are after this, we'll decide whether or not it gets done today. I think that's fair. Just like we did yesterday. But at the very least, we have made a dent in the spins before starting tomorrow. So there might be a chance I'll get some progression done early tomorrow. Just to make a bit more of a dent in the run. But I might still have to do the animal figurine and Tallnecks. Oh, sorry, vessels and Tallnecks. At the beginning though, which is not gonna be that fast. Depending on where we end up today, I suppose, but regardless, it's still gonna take more time than simply doing pure progression, if you will. Yeah, almost 100 spins. But yeah, just a friendly reminder, if you were to add a spin now, I can guarantee you it's gonna be done tomorrow.
Ouch.
So, unless you just want to hit 100, feel free to do it, but I'm only doing at most the last 5 splits. And I might not even do the last 5 splits, depending on what it is, but we'll see. We'll see. But I'm definitely doing Grazer and Hunting Ground here, and then we'll see what the other 3 are.
Come on.
Got the strange lining here. Sometimes happens. Grazer, there they are.
I felt that.
Alright, Grazer done. Down to 4. Now we gotta make it to the hunting ground. You're cooking sausages right now? Nice. Are you gonna have anything with them or just straight up sausage? Excuse me.
Safe. In a few minutes, anyway.
Sausages with Semmel, which is a German bread. I think I know what that is. Unless I'm not mistaken. Couldn't make it today? Well, you're here now, Patty. For the ending, at least. But hope you're doing well. And thanks for showing up regardless. Appreciate it. A liquid one, let me guess, beer. And also, isn't beer technically Egyptian? Because at least that's the oldest known beer or records of beer we have found is in ancient Egypt, right? Unless you just mean it's a beer of German origin. I feel like it's fair to say beer has such an ancient origin that we probably have no idea when it actually started. Because it's probably not even the Egyptians that were the first to do it. Yeah, mostly spins today. Did get some progression done towards the beginning of the stream. Got all the corrupted zones done. Got all the corruption zones done. Got a few more collectibles. And, well, honestly, that's about it. So many spins today, it's actually kind of nuts. I think we started today with 51 spins and now we're at 99. Well, we started around the 50s, so crazy. Bread and water in a blender, lol. Lol, lol, lol. There's a bit more of a process to it. But hey, if you're just drinking it, you don't have to worry about that progress. Or process. Unless you want to do some home brewing, I guess. Or you work at a beer factory. Alright, hunting ground time. Let's do it.
If you could.
Let's just do a freeze trial. Actually, it probably would have been better to. Probably would have been faster to do the fire trial now that I think about it, but whatever. Since it's. I was just thinking freeze trial would be easy on the story, so. I didn't think that far ahead, I will admit that. Also, the fact that I have to loot all these guys now. I need to kill one more. There we go. And now for the looting. What's a famous Danish dish? In terms of Danish, I don't know. Oh yeah, shark trial would have been really fast too. I didn't even consider that. But you're right, that would have been probably the fastest. I don't know what would be the most famous dish. Good question.
So you look.
Alright, we got 7 minutes. Let's see what the last 3 spins are. It might be doable. It might be doable. And Rockbreaker. It's not. It's not doable. No matter which one of those it was. Because that's gonna take 7 minutes just to get to the Rockbreaker. So question is, guys, should I spin the last 2 spins? Because I could just go to the Rockbreaker, kill the Rockbreaker, and call it a day, and save the 2 spins for tomorrow, not knowing what they're gonna be. Or should I spin them and maybe do them? Because there's a chance it's gonna be something that's gonna take too long. Save them. Oh yeah, most of you are saying spin. We'll spin. But I might just end on the Rockbreaker, but we'll know what the last 2 spins are, I guess. So Rockbreaker, Shellwalker. That's actually close together. I might do that. I'm probably gonna do the Shellwalker as well. If the last one is quick, I'm probably gonna do that as well, just to get all the spins done. But if it lands on Rust or something like that, then no. Oh, Thunderjaw. Sure, I guess we'll do the Thunderjaw as well. Okay, we'll end on the Thunderjaw. We'll end on the Thunderjaw. That was actually somewhat convenient. I mean, it's not that convenient, but it could have been worse. Let's put it that way. That could have been a lot worse. So I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do it before we end stream. So, once the Thunderjaw is dead and looted, that's where we'll call stream. And that's when we do the vote. The only reason why I said I might not do it was in case the last 3 spins, or the 2 spins after Rockbreaker, was like Montana Recreation Sunstone Rock, because I was not gonna do that today. But at least we're getting these guys done on story. Yes, it's story difficulty until 13 minutes over. Or 24:13. So I should be able to get all these done on story. Which is another reason why I'm willing to do it. So that means I'm probably starting on Ultra Hard tomorrow, most likely. Looking at it. Yeah, Thunderjaw travel could maybe be slow enough, but I think I should just barely have enough time to do it. Yeah, I think I'm just probably gonna end up having barely enough time. Because once the Rock Breaker is dead, Shellwalker and Thunderjaw is gonna be quick. But we do have some NPCs in need right here. With a couple of Watchers. Actually, quickly. I have a don't use. Do I not have a sling that's not purple? Dang it. I don't have to loot that one. I didn't kill it. That was not me with the killing blow there, so not my responsibility to loot it. Yeah, I'm sure you would, but I'm busy. Leave me alone. Silly NPCs, thinking I have time to talk. You know damn well what the rule is supposed to mean, don't... No. Like I said, I'm tired of giving you guys freebies for today. You guys have had enough freebies today. So get out of here. I've been more than generous enough today. Looking for a game like Horizon to play. Any ideas? I don't think there's any game that's similar to Horizon other than maybe Monster Hunter. Like Monster Hunter World, I guess, but that's more of a multiplayer game, so I don't know if you would be into that. But I feel like Monster Hunter, if we're talking gameplay-wise, like fighting big enemies like machines, Monster Hunter is probably the only thing similar to that.
Beyond the sacred land.
I can't think of any single-player game that has similar gameplay to Horizon, because I don't... Unless you just want an open world game, but there's no open world game that's just fighting big baddies the way you do in Horizon. Or if there's a game like that, I'm not aware of it and I would like to play it. But as far as I'm aware, Horizon is kind of unique in that. So there are some games that are similar, but you're not gonna find a game that's similar in forms of machines fighting. But like, what are you looking at? Are you just looking for a third-person open world game, or are we talking literally like Horizon? I guess that's the question. But yeah, if you want something similar to Horizon, Tomb Raider is a good shout, but you're not gonna fight giant monsters in the same way you are here. But the Survivor trilogy of Tomb Raider would certainly be an option, I would say. Oh yeah, Wild Hearts is probably fairly close. Yeah, Wild Hearts is a good shout, but that's kind of multiplayer as well, isn't it? I mean, you can play it solo. But isn't it supposed to be co-op, or am I misremembering? Hey, 24 hours! The Memeridian run of 2024 has officially lasted 24 hours. Yay! Fire the confetti. Fire the confetti cannons. It's probably faster to cut through here, yeah. I think. Actually, no. Actually, no. I think it's gonna be more of a straight line going this way around the mountain. Because if I cut through there, I have to go through a different mountain. So, I think I'm just gonna stick to the route I know here. That is almost a day. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but it is exactly a day. Because fun fact, a day is 24 hours. Or at least that's what science has agreed upon it is. Technically, the Earth going around the sun, or sorry, the Earth spinning around itself is 24 point, I think it's 02 hours or something like that. Which is why we have leap year days to account for that. Every 4 years. But it's easier to just say 24 hours. Oh, it's 0.25. Oh yeah, obviously, because of leap years. But I don't think it's exactly 0.25. Because even leap years is not enough to counteract it. To my knowledge. Why do I keep running past NPCs in need? There was no NPCs in need. I have seen no such proof. So get out of here with the slander, Chrono. Unless you have some VAR proof. I will not hear of such things. Yeah, is it every 400 years they don't skip it? Sounds about right. Or is it 500? Yeah. Which is not gonna happen in any of our lifetime, because I think it last happened in 1700. If I'm not mistaken. The 21 flat will not be a leap year? Okay. I mean, theoretically, some of us watching this stream probably statistically might be alive for 21. For the year 2100, but probably not. Probably not gonna be me, but some of you might be around them. Probably one of the youngest viewers of the channel might make it there. You'd be 95 and 2100. So you have a chance, Raptor, of getting there. Who knows, maybe Zenith technology will have appeared by then, and we'll all still be alive. And still running Horizon. Yes, we'll be running Horizon 10 at that point. Your son would be 90? Damn. I guess I would be 105. Which is not unrealistic, actually, because I was born in 95, so I guess I would be 105. Like, on paper, that is not unrealistic to reach. Especially as medicine keeps improving, I guess it's possible, but with my lifestyle, I don't know, I'm probably gonna die on overdoses of chips and ice cream at some point. Oh well, unlucky.
I can still get the upper hand.
I got Danny's healthcare. True, Danny's healthcare will keep us alive. If we haven't gonna become a Russian state by then, or whatever is gonna happen in the next 100 years, as we talked about earlier. Actually, more likely, given climate change, Denmark is probably just gonna be completely underwater by then, except a few spots here and there. That's true, Jay. When With the amount of time it's taken Russia to make progress, it's probably going to be 3,000 years before before they get to Denmark. But of course, in the year 3000, we are of course going to be living underwater. But otherwise, not much has changed by then. Congratulations, you now have another song stuck in your head. And you probably didn't even notice. Where's the other one? Get out of here. There you are. Yeah, sure. Alright, now a shell walker. We walk by a shell walker. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that on the way back. There was a whole thing 3 hours ago, don't ask. Yeah, probably best not to ask at this point. Well, Jaywin wanted 100 spins, but I did say we are gonna do that tomorrow. We are ending on the Thunderjaw. But 100 spins it is. Jaywin, thanks for 1,000 bits. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the kindness and generosity. Really hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you.
They're scanning for me.
But that spin will be doing first thing. Excuse me. You got a little bit of hiccups there. First thing tomorrow. Because I don't want to be running too late today. Because I'm also starting to get really hungry. Not gonna lie. And also I have to hurry up if I want to get this Thunderjaw on story difficulty. I'm probably not actually gonna have time. Jesus. It's gonna be really tight on time actually. Might have to switch difficulty mid-fight. God, I gotta be quick. So did not get spins to 0. Nope, Chad wins. Because Jaywin happened to have bits flying around. And Jaywin with 420. Blaze it! That is not enough for a spin, but it's gonna make the bits have a very random number. Which I guess makes Raptor happy. No even numbers for Chad. At least for the time being. Alright, so I got 2.5 minutes to get to that Thunderjaw. Not happening. Not happening. Wait. Dude, don't distract me. I'm getting to a Thunderjaw. I don't have time to add spins right now. I'm rushing to the Thunderjaw. I only have 3 minutes. Because it's at 13. I didn't do math correctly before. How many spins is that? 10, so we had 110, right? Oops. There, and I guess 12. God damn it, Jaywin. I wanted to start with a clean slate tomorrow, and here you come in and throw money at my face. How dare you? Well, thank you, Jaywin, for another $100 donation. I guess that is 420. You got your meme number. Are you happy? But thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. That's way too kind and generous of you. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much. You're truly awesome, dude. God, this is gonna be so tight on time. Run, Aloy. Run. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Faster? It's just around the corner. but the corner is so far away. No, NPCs in need. How dare you be struggling right now? Oh, you son of a bitch. Ah. You sons of... Oh, what is this RNG, man? Look at all these Glinthawks. You gotta be kidding. I would have made it. I would have made it. Screw you if you disagree. I would have made it. Ah, you goddamn dumb birds. You might actually be worse than Skydrifters at this point. Gotta look at the time that I remembered to swap difficulty at the right time. It looks like we got the Glinthawks. Right? The music stopped, so I assume everyone is dead. Cool. I think one of them over here I didn't loot. Actually, I might still have time here. I might have time to freeze him at least. Come on, come on, come on. Come on! 30 seconds! It's possible to get a little damage in. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Is he close? He's close. Oh, he's fighting NPCs. Oh, gotta be looking at the time here. Gotta be looking at the time. Come on. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. I did it. I did it. Let's go. Oh my god, I'm so good at speedrunning. Holy shit. Those Glinthawks were a lot faster than I thought. Woo! Alright, so we got 11 spins left, but we'll do those tomorrow. Because Jaywen did not want me to make progress tomorrow at the beginning of stream, I guess. But oh well, what an inning, what a photo finish. Hell yeah. Time to save the game and call it for a day. But I hope you guys have been enjoying the Memeridian so far. If you're watching live on stream, don't go anywhere. We still have to do the voting for which of the 5 rules we are going to replace tomorrow. But remember, the things that are voted out can still come back tomorrow. But for now, it's time to say goodbye to the YouTube viewers. I hope you enjoyed another silly day of Memeridian. I gotta pause the timer here on 24:14 because that's easy to remember. So yeah, that's gonna be it for day 3 of Memeridian. Almost no progress has been made today. We got all the corrupted zones done, and we got a few collectibles, but I think that's about it. So before we leave YouTube behind, we did make it to 49.6% in the main game, and 19.5% in the DLC. So not really a lot of progress compared to yesterday. It's essentially nothing. And here's the statistic page for all the stat nerds watching this. And let me scroll down. You can pause the video on YouTube if you want to dive into details, but there they are. So there you go. So that is it. We are done. We managed to Thunderjaw just barely on time, but of course, we still have 11 spins to go, because Jaywen decided to be really generous here at the end. My god. So I guess tune in for the next episode of Memeridian, where we're doing at least 11 spins before anything else. So I hope you enjoyed this journey today, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye, YouTube.